Hey there, good evening. Episode number 138 of Heavy Metallurgy. I'm one of your co-hosts. I'm Marty. I don't know what happened. Oh, I anticipate something about to happen here. Hope you're doing well, and it's good to see everybody filling in. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for waiting. Merry Christmas and all that good stuff. And hey, I just want to say real quick, if you suffer from seasonal depression, hey, hang in there. It's almost over.
Ho, ho, ho. How are we doing there? Have you been a good little worm this year?
Good as I could be. How you doing, Santa?
Doing pretty good. We're getting the reindeer souped up, feeding them a good diet of reindeer food and crack, so they'll have enough energy to make it around on the world in a few nights.
Professor Claus is in the house, everyone. It's amazing you even had time to stop by it with all it's about to be going on here in the next couple days.
Yeah, that's what elves are for. I don't bother myself with that kind of peon work. That's what the elves are for. Yeah, a couple of them tried to start a union this year, but we shut that down real fast.
Right on. So what's been going on, man?
Not much. Just trying to enjoy all the craziness of the holiday season. Yeah, but yep, we've done fun stuff with the little guy, and yeah, it's almost here. He's losing his wee kitty mind, counting down the days. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Oh, it's good. Parker is acting like an old teenager, so it doesn't.
He's now too old and too cool for Christmas excitement.
I'm thinking that's what's happening. Yeah, we finally got the tree up last night around 11, so I'll take it down promptly after Christmas as well. So it's like do the dog and pony show and then kick it down the stairs. Okay, you're done. Let's get this shit over with. But
you're not exactly at one with the Yuletide there.
I am not at one with the season. No, for years it's been a plague upon mankind for me. But anyway,
I'm fully decked out. We're not just rocking the upper half. We've got the full and brace yourself for the crotch shot.
Ooh. Oh, the night has been made.
$5 poo Christmas emoji pajamas for $5. How can you not buy pajamas?
We need to fire up a Patreon account just so Alan can do that more often.
Get to $1,000 on our Kickstarter, and you get to a special Patreon video of me twerking in the poo pants. Just like on a loop for 1 hour in slow motion. And it shakes like a bowl full of jelly.
That's right. But well, hell, everybody, it's good to see you. And we have got a guest we haven't seen in a while. I haven't talked to him in a while. He's been a busy man. Our friend, Dreadful Rick. Welcome back to the show, Rick.
Ho. I am glad to be back. It's not a real holiday stream without a professor with a silly outfit. So we're complete.
Exactly. So I kind of waited till the last one. So, yeah, but had to get it in there. You're absolutely right, Rick. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, when Alan said you were joining us, I'm like, oh, right on. It's been a while.
No problem.
What's been happening over in the Dreadful Minutes?
Bought too much shit and too much I need to listen to and get back to, and putting together the end of year lists, which should be mostly fleshed out by now. Everybody and their mother has made a list and has been doing videos. So I've been enjoying some of that content going around, which will spill into January. So this is fun, kind of, because it's hard to pick your children, which I enjoy, which are these albums.
Right on.
Yeah. There's a lot of good stuff this year, and you are right. Everybody, their mother, and their dead childhood pet seems to have a video up about this year.
Yep.
It is a crazy amount of content, but they are a really good way to catch up on things that might have slipped past your radar.
Got my Rangers Revenge for the night. I noticed some of the cuter beers tend to be the higher alcohol levels. This is a 9 over here, which is like, and it's the simpler stuff. It's like a 5. It's disappointing. Like, I don't know what the deal is with that. But it's good to see everybody. Jerry,
it's good to see you, man. It's been a while, and everybody, thanks for joining us. Yeah, next week will be our big throw our hat in the ring for best of. We got a bunch of people, typically people you see on here that do work for the channel. Rick is one of them. Jim, TJ,
Melanie,
Simon,
Kellen. Hopefully he's
Kellen.
working on
Yeah,
his
he said
schedule,
he's
but-
going to be here. He's going to
Oh,
be
okay,
here.
I didn't know if he had confirmed, but yep. So yeah,
So-
you'll get to hear everybody's top. We haven't decided if we're going to do 10 or maybe a little bit more than 10, but yeah, everybody will be counting down towards the new year by counting down their favorite albums of 2023. It's a hard list to do this year. There's so many things right at the top of the list.
A lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of trouble kind of figuring out, like, is this one ahead of that one? Ugh, I don't know. Do I leave this one right out of the top 5? Does it squeeze in? It's yeah, first world problems, I know, but stressful.
Every year I hear people say this year just wasn't as good as last year. It's been better. You know, they're not trying hard enough, because it isn't even that hard to try. Because
Do you guys read Grizzly Butts at all? They just released their top of the year. It's 75. Yeah, 75 albums.
Yikes!
what a
that's crazy.
random number. Why 75?
I have no idea.
Why not 50 or 100? I mean, you're kind of the
Yeah.
3/4 mark
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. I mean, at some point too, I mean, you gotta be honest, at some point you really are just starting to shout out, like, sort of the average material. It's like, this average album was perfectly okay. It's like, hey, that if you've gone that far, your list is too long.
Yeah.
Keep it to the ones that you're genuinely excited about or think, were definitely well above average. Those are the ones folks are going to want to check out. Not the here was a pretty mediocre album, but it didn't suck.
This is
Now
what happens
number
when you make
100.
a decision by committee. If they can't all decide, so they're just like, they all got to have their little input. This is how you end up with a list this big.
Could be.
And really, when you get past 20, it doesn't matter. You might as well just talk about records at that point, because I really had to think hard if it was going to be number 75 or number 74. What was the item that really made it a 75 instead of a 73? It's
Yeah, this one's 59. This one's 61. I don't care. Nobody
Splitting hairs
does.
at that point.
Yeah. I know Grizzly Butts, he's got a YouTube presence. He's changing the name to Mysterium or something. I don't know, something like that.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
He's changing it from Grizzly Butts to something new, but seems like a cool guy. There's been some people have asked us to get him on once or twice before. I'm down with it. I just don't know the guy, and I haven't really immersed myself in his content to know. So, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I've read a lot of the
no
reviews.
reason other than that. I haven't taken the time to dig.
Yeah, I've read a ton of the Grizzly Butts reviews over the years. I haven't really watched a lot of the YouTube content, but yeah, maybe that's somebody we will reach out to in the new year.
I go between that site and like the angry metal guy, and I go through the average. I go between the book because one's a little too mean, one's a little too. They like everything, so it's like
You got to find that happy medium.
I'm like, okay, what is the real consensus going on here? I mean, it's all subjective anyway. It doesn't matter.
It's like
but,
watching Fox and watching CNN and then trying to pick the news, and maybe somewhere there's truth in here somewhere.
who's not as much of a turd, even though they are.
Yeah, the one I usually, I mean, at least because Grizzly Butts, of course, has had a big presence on Metal Archives, but usually the one I read the most on there was Auto Thrall. Over time, I just came to realize my tastes are pretty well synchronized with the Auto Thrall reviews. There's a couple of things we are way different on, but yeah, the Grizzly Butts ones are always informative, even if I don't end up agreeing with the final verdict on things.
Yep, but yeah, and also watch some heavy metallurgy reviews too. There's a lot of those to go over this year as well. We have a very well-rounded and educated group of freelance writers that do a good job. So check it out. We may not do 5 a week, but we do at least 1 a week, and there'll hopefully be more coming next
Some
year.
of us may not write. We speak off the cuff.
That's right. That's right. I tried the writing thing, and it's just too deer in the headlights. I'm not as talented at reading a teleprompter as Simon is. So anyway, so
Simon's reviews are excellent. I'm glad he doesn't sell vacuums or something, because, like, man, he came to my door, he'd have all my money.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Don't you need this handy dandy contraption? Yes, I do. Take more of my money.
Got space in the closet for like 2 more Hoovers. All right.
Well, here we are. We figured we would sail into the end of the year with an easy one. No homework involved. Just some stuff we've been spinning over the last few weeks, and go from there. People seem to like those, and it's good to show off some stuff and then finally put it away. So Rick, you're our guest. As always, the guest gets the honor of firing it off. So what's been feeling Castle Dreadful, filling it up with sound?
All right. So I was all over the place. I kind of felt in a nostalgic mood for a lot of stuff. So I think because the 2023 list stuff is happening, but I'm like, it kind of wears you out. And I want to go back to the old comfort stuff, but also explore some stuff from the 90s, 70s. Yeah, since we got Aaron watching, I think he might appreciate this one. So I pulled this classic. Leslie West passed away in 2020. Left that interesting legacy, and it's just classic rock. And it's got Sleigh Ride in the title, which I thought was appropriate for this particular season. So mountains, Nantucket Sleigh Ride, and thought I put this one for a spin, and it holds up pretty well. So this is you can tell they're very, very influenced by Cream. I hear a lot of Cream in this, kind of but kind of on the American side. It's got that nice 70s keyboard and nice warm production, and it's something that I can kind of go to when I want to take a little break from metal, but not quite go into something like pop territory. I don't want to listen to some prog rock. This is like a nice kind of tweener between all that stuff. So I don't know if you guys were ever Mountain fans. Everybody knows Mississippi Queen.
I can dig some Mountain.
It's not metal, but it was heavy for its time. When it came out. So I don't know, just good. They had an iffy discography just because I think the first 3 albums were like I guess what you call were like the bangers, and then when decades went on, it kind of just waned. But I don't know. I think this is something that's definitely worth exploring if you're into 70s rock. If if you're not into Mountain, but I don't know. Thought I'd start off with that.
No, very cool. Leslie West, very underrated guitar player as well. Yep. My immediate association with Nantucket Sleigh Ride will always be the fact that the famous show the Sex Pistols did in Manchester early in their career before they broke big. The opening band for them that night played a cover of Nantucket Sleigh Ride.
Really?
Yes, it was like one of their signature songs. I forget the name of the act, but
it's a good song.
They were very much just kind of a 70s lounge rock kind of music, and yes, their big go-to moment was to cover Nantucket Sleigh Ride shortly before Johnny Rotten and company took the stage.
Yeah, too funny. All right, Santa, what you got?
Well, let's see. I've been a little all over the place with listening stuff lately, but this one finally really clicked with me. It's always an album I've been like, a little edgy on. It's a band I'm late to. I've been slowly working through the catalog, and came back to this one, and it finally clicked big time. So I played this thing for a couple of weeks, almost nonstop. It is Creator's Pleasure to Kill.
I'm glad you rounded the bend finally.
Yes. I really got stuck on Endless Pain again. Now that one I liked from the get-go, but I came back around and played Endless Pain for a couple of weeks. I was like, while I've got some Creator momentum, why don't I throw this one back in and see what we think? And oh my God, it's so good.
Yeah. So good, he lost his hat. Blew his hat right off his head.
I literally have dropped my stuff right here. But yeah, it always sounded, pretty good, but I never, just never quite fully sunk in. But yeah, now it really has, starts, the opening songs are all great. Then you change up the pace just a little bit with Riot of Violence, and even all the way towards the end, with Command of the Blade and stuff. Very vicious album. Just sounds very good.
And you came into Creator late, right? That's one of those where have you been all my life kind of albums.
Yeah, Creator is just one that I never found them in the wild, and nobody I knew was ever into the band. So as such, I really just never had a way to get into the band until, the past couple of years, listening to Marty talk about them more. So yeah, and I picked this one up maybe a year ago. I'm not sure. And so, yeah, it had been in and out of the CD player a couple of times, and it was always like there's something there, but I ain't figured it out yet. But I have now figured it out. And so, yes, now I'm, both the first 2 Creator albums are now big thumbs up, and sometime I'll go back. I need to go back and work on Terrible Certainty next time. I haven't really listened to it since we did the album club on it, which has been over a year ago at this point, I bet.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so, yeah, really happy this one is now clicked quite well.
Well, now that light switch is on, I think the others will be a little easier for you.
We shall
Although
see.
that's a great one. I mean, it's hard to top that one, to be sure.
Yeah.
All right, Marty, I'll hand that one off to you now.
All right. Well, I've been trying to dip my toe in between Melanie and Simon, always coming at me with all of these death metal recommendations and reviews that they're doing. I'm listening to samples as I'm editing the reviews and all that stuff, and which has been great. And if I want to listen to more, I do, and I do some other investigating, and I'm just kind of over the modern take on old death metal. So I've been pulling out the old death metal again. Edge of Sanity, this is Unorthodox, this is their second album. I miss just good songs. I just miss death metal with songs. And my list here is going to be populated by a bunch of this stuff for sure. But I love this record. I love it. It's the first Edge of Sanity album I've heard. I love the production, the old production, Swano's vocals. He gives you a little taste of his cleans on the first song. And there's a simplicity here, but they can also kick it up a little bit, make it a little more complex. But at the end of the day, it's just very catchy, well-written songs. And this is before they got proggy. And so it's just an old school Swedish death metal romp. But man, I love this record. Crimson, of course, Spectral Sorrow, sorry. And yeah, love it. All of it. It's really good. And it's been refreshing to be reminded what death metal can be.
It's interesting you said before they got proggy, because I feel like that's been the trope this year, where it's like a lot of these death metal bands have gotten proggy. and
to varying degrees of success, in my opinion, anyway. I mean, they're all trying to be death, but death, the one thing death did, they maintained a metal. They maintained a metal core. Chuck, he would do proggy things, but at the end of the day, it still fit within the demographic. Stuff like the new Tomb Mold or the new Horrendous. I mean, when they swerve off into the prog stuff, it's like they leave, bye metal, bye-bye. It's like,
I blame somebody. His name is Michael Ackerfeld. I think this is existential fear of if you pull the lever too far to that direction, you're gonna end up sounding like Goblin, and it's just like,
yeah.
Just to clarify, Marty, a minute ago, did you call death metalcore?
No,
you said metal, death has like a very solid metal core.
They're solid metal core, not metalcore. It's the center, their heart, the core of their being. Not with you. Yeah, not Avenged Sevenfold or yeah. But I don't know. I just I need to be shocked out of I need to be snapped back to what the true meaning of it is. And it's been fun. It's been a fun exploration for sure. Rick, you're back. What have
it's important to make the distinction between 90s metalcore and the 2000s, because I'm from the different school so it's kind of like, I don't know, it just has different meanings for me. Anyway, so you guys did an album club on a particular album, and not that long ago, and it reminded me, Brian Arkham sent me a CD sometime back. I spun it. It's a band I was not really much into until Marty and you guys have kind of brought back the interest in this band, because it kind of evaded me all these years. And so I'm like, I have that CD. So kind of just after the album club, I pulled it off the shelf, kind of sat there for a little bit, and I got to get around to spinning it. So I finally got around to Atlantis Rising, Manila Road.
So good.
I know you guys love this album.
I love that record.
And it's just, I think that if you're already into really heavy music and, just heavy metal, but you kind of want to pick an album that's kind of an easier in, I think this is a good one. There are some pretty, it's got like a mix of the kind of the old era, but then I guess it's the beginning of the next era.
No, that's their first comeback CD.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's really, really growing on me. Really love it. I keep going back to that Decimation song. It just makes me go. The whole thing's just great, and I think that for anybody who hasn't seen it, so I think you guys did a whole dialogue on this, and I think you guys kind of just hit some really good points on it. Great album, and so I kind of want to go back and pick up that other one with the other artwork. This is still a little strange for me to look at.
I love that. I don't love the redone artwork. I prefer that artwork because it's the original, and that's the way it's supposed to be. I think
don't hate
cover.
it. It's just strange.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like a little bit like Wolverine too.
Yeah. No, that was my first full Manila Road record, and it clicked with me big time. I love the heaviness of it. There's a formula at play. It's very much the Shelton Manila Road formula, but I love the songs. I just think the songs are really well written and heavy and catchy, and it's just modernized Manila Road, and it's great. I love it. I know Alan's a little more so on that one.
Atlantis Rising. No, that's a very good one. Yeah. The whole lyrical concept is crazy, but no, it works really well. Yeah. There are some Manila Road albums that I'm a little more lukewarm on, but no, that one's quite fine.
Yeah. All right, Alan.
All right.
Good pick, Rick. Good one. I'm glad we could
love it.
Dust that one off for you.
All right. Let's see. I've gotten a couple of things in the mail lately. I've been playing, so good chance to show off some of that and say thank you. First to you, Marty, for sending me this. This is Intruder, Live to Die. For those not familiar, Intruder was a thrash band from Tennessee. So yes, that was a thing that actually happened. Somehow a thrash band did manage to survive and kind of thrive right there in the heart of country music territory. This was their debut album. It was on it was through the Azra Ironworks family. I forget exactly which of those it came out on. But they went on and did a couple albums on Metal Blade after this one. I had not heard this in ages and ages, so it was really cool when I opened the mail and saw that Marty had sent me a copy of this. And it holds up pretty well. It still sounds like Intruder. Their sound didn't change too much over the course of their 3 albums. But yeah, lots of good songs. They always had, sort of, neat lyrical inspirations for different things. One of the songs on here is about Typhoid Mary. There's one about UFOs, et cetera, et cetera. Side 2 is probably a little stronger than side A. So it's an album that kind of builds up and the better stuff's towards the back half. But yeah, just really cool to revisit this one. It's something I had ages ago. Had to thin out the collection. And so got cold at one of those times. But yeah, very nice to have a chance to revisit an old favorite. Intruder never did anything amazingly novel or unique. They were very much kind of a standard second tier late 80s thrash band, but I always liked them. I thought they did a good job with their material, and even here on the debut they were already getting it pretty good. It mentioned in the liner notes that when the label had heard their demo, they basically tracked them down immediately. It's like, please release that on our label, we think you're great. And so it worked out. So yes, Intruders Live to Die. Kind of a nice old overlooked thrash. I'm not going to call it a classic, but definitely a good album. So Marty, thank you very much for sending that stuff down. Appreciate it quite a bit.
You betcha. Thanks to Zoller. He sent a whole bunch of stuff, and that didn't click with me. So I knew you liked the band. I'm like, perfect. Let's moving on.
Where are they from? I'm not familiar with. I don't think I've ever checked out their material.
Tennessee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this one, I forget which year this one came out, but yeah, I want to say this was 86 or 87, and then they had albums around 89, and then also like 91, 92. So their last album came out right there, kind of at the tail end when thrash was, people weren't paying a whole lot of attention, and a lot of those bands were winding down.
Huh. All right. Well, since Rick brought him up, I might as well. Manila Road Spiral Castle. The reason why I've been spinning this one a bit lately is it was finally released on Spotify. So I've been listening to it out in the shop. I don't have a CD for this one, just the vinyl. So it was nice to get it, be able to spin it digitally on the JBL Bluetooth. Sounds good. This is the one after, I want to say, Atlantis Rising.
I think you're right. I don't
think it is. Yeah,
I think they had a reissue of Mark the Beast for the Eshkaton reissue
Yep.
in between, or those three were all pretty close.
Didn't they like
together.
release like 3 albums in like 2-3 years in a row? It's like some
Yeah,
crazy.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. It came right out after Atlantis Rising and then Mark of the Beast. Well, Mark of the Beast and Spiral Castle came out in 2002. So, but this one, it's he's recording stuff himself, and you can tell, but it's you can hear everything, and it sounds good. It sounds like Manila Road. The songs are good. Hell Roadie is given a little bit more of a spotlight on this one. He did a little bit of singing on Atlantis Rising. He did a little bit more on this one, which is fine because he's got a great voice, and he sounds a lot like he modeled it to sound a lot like Mark. He was there to. Mark heard himself screaming on one of the. I think it was the Deluge. I can't remember. I remember reading somewhere he fucked up his vocals pretty bad recording one of the albums, and but I still like his gristled wizard style. He sang right up to the end, and it was a little more gravel in his throat, but it's fine. It's great. And I did want to mention that the remaining members of Manila Road, they've got a new album coming out in 2024 on High Roller Records. The name of the band is Century. I checked out a couple demo tracks. Sounds pretty promising. So I can't remember who the guitar player is, but he was a guy that filled in. If anybody watched the Keep It True tribute to Mark Shelton, they did like a 3-hour long tribute to his work and life after he passed. And the guy sat in and played a lot of guitar before that. So I wish I looked it up before I started running my mouth. But looking forward to that in 2024 for sure. But gotta love Manila Road. There isn't many bad albums in the canon, so check it out.
Every time I see that cover, I just think like if Gates of Slumber did a covers album for Rainbow songs.
Right. Right.
That is very, very fitting.
All right. Rick, sorry, I'm flipping things the wrong way. Here we go.
Oh. So gonna go old school. Kind of. It's a 2023 release. And so I've been seeing these lists go around, right? And this is an album I've been really enjoying, but no one's been talking about it, at least not on this 2023 list, which I thought it's awesome. This Sorrow release, Death of Sorrow.
Have not heard it.
Yep.
Which it's Marty, it'd be right up your alley. It's pretty much.
I've got their other two on cassette.
Yeah. And this is material that was like written around that time. I think they kind of just. I think I guess they just shelved it and then decided to pick up on it and
cool cover art. Holy
rewrite
crap.
it. Yeah, I mean the whole thing is just awesome. Just a really good Death Doom. It really sounds like it's of its time, but just with a more I guess what you call better production. But it's slow. It's it's got some really nice heavy doomy parts. I mean it's the kind of stuff you expected from New York at the time. It just has that feel and vibe. So if anybody's not familiar, it's a band's been around a while. I mean, they don't have a whole lot of material, but I think it's just the 2 albums. But for a 2023 release, which would qualify, it's great. So yeah, Extreme put this out, so it's not like it's hard to find. So, but I thought I'm just scratching my head. Why hasn't it been? But maybe like you said, maybe it's just came in really quickly and just got buried under everything else that was coming out, at the time. But
yeah, I didn't even know it was a thing, to be honest. That one slipped under the radar for sure.
Yep. Yeah, good call, Rick. I checked it out and played it a couple of times when it was released. It's like, yeah, this is pretty good. It sounds exactly like what you'd expect Sorrow to sound like. But then I just moved on and never circled back to it. But yeah, I always felt like they were a little ahead of their time back in the day with that kind of.
That's what I think the issue is. I think it's kind of like they're kind of stuck between both worlds. It's like they're a little ahead of their time, but now since this is out, it kind of brings you back to a period. Reminds you.
Well, and now there are so many bands doing that, death doom kind of mixture that it's easy for people to miss them in a way because while they're listening to all the other bands that have caught on to that sound in recent years. Yep. But yeah, for anybody that's liking those kind of bands, who's the really Hooded Menace? Folks have gotten into them and stuff in recent years. Sorrow, go back and check out Sorrow as well.
I think if you listen to enough of this, you can kind of pick up some preferences too from the region. I mean, I love Hooded Menace. I mean, and I love the just that the Finnish sound, just in general. But then also, the U.S. has its own feel and vibe too. That I do enjoy. So.
All right. Good pick. Awesome cover. Did not know it was a thing. Very cool.
Highly recommended.
Alan.
All right. Well, Marty's not the only guest on the stream tonight who sent me some stuff recently. Also got to say thank you to Rick. Opened up, got home, I guess it was Wednesday night, really late. We're out doing Christmas stuff with the little guy. We were literally kind of on our way home and we happened to drive past the putt-putt golf place. And it turns out they were doing holiday putt-putt under the Christmas lights. And he saw it and he could just be like, so it's like, it's already dark. It's already like 43 degrees outside. And I'm about to go play 18 holes of putt-putt, aren't I? Yes, I am. So we had a great time. But yeah, it was a long night, cold night. Got home, found a box on the front porch. I'm like, I didn't order anything. I didn't. But Rick was kind enough to send a couple of things. And Rick was paying attention at some point. Because months and months ago, somehow or another, I remember it coming up. I have no idea what episode it was or what the topic was. Somehow the non-metal band Red Temple Spirits came up in the discussion, and I've had their second album for years. Always really liked it. Kind of a very good example of slightly psychedelic, shamanistic, post-punk goth. So yes, I'm going to string all those adjectives together. And but yeah, I love the second album. Yeah, and I guess I mentioned in passing that I had never did not have the first one. So lo and behold, Rick, bless your heart, actually found me a copy of the debut, which is called "Dancing to Restore an Eclipsed Moon."
Cool cover.
This is a really nice pressing too. I thought when I first looked at it, it was like a newer reissue because it's a gatefold cover. It's got like silver, lettering and everything. But it's actually an old press from 1988. So
I thought the same exact thing you did when I picked it up, and it was just like, that's got to be a newer pressing. And sure enough, it's like it's got this foil treatment and all that stuff. Like this is not very usual for its time period.
No, you don't see stuff like that done back in the 80s whatsoever. So yeah, it's really nice pressing. Played it a couple of times already, and yeah, it's very similar to their second album. So again, not a metal thing here whatsoever. But if you like, some post-punk stuff, if you like the bands, lyrically kind of getting a little bit more into like, the, explore your mind, psychedelia, but again, with more like the shamanistic, twist to some of the lyrical concepts. The lyrics, it's not that they're super deep. That's just the themes that they're kind of touching on. But yeah, really cool stuff. So Rick, can't thank you enough. Seeing that in the box, I was just like, holy crap. I knew exactly what had happened, but I was just like, I can't believe he remembered that, filed it away, found this, and sent it to me, just for fun. So
a lot of us here tuning in are into Dead Can Dance. We like The Cure. We like, all that. We can get into all this.
Yeah, and this is one of those bands. I'm trying to remember how I even heard them. I think somebody had sent me just like one of these kind of post-punk gothic jangly CDR mixtape kind of things 20 years ago, and put a couple of songs on it by them, and I just thought they were amazing. It was two of the best songs on that CDR, so I had tracked down the second album that had them, but I'd never gotten this one. So thank you. Christmas came early.
All right, on.
Glad it arrived there in time.
Good thing you didn't order it from Bind Rune. Anyway.
Oh, that guy.
Marty's got a case of the holiday blues, folks. Let's cheer him up in the chat a little bit, shall we?
All right.
Over to you, sir.
Back to hi Rick. Back to old school death metal kick. Shown this before a lot. This is a favorite. Abject Offerings by Merciless, their debut album. It's got writing on the case. Basically French death metal. And this is very much in the vein of what I was speaking of earlier. Heavy, catchy as hell. There's riffs, there's songs. It isn't just a polluted, down-tuned crunchathon. It's actually songs. They took time on here. Substance of Purity is a track on here that best song on the album. Love it. It's a definite classic from the era when this came out. This came out in 92. So it's right in the zone. The album that came out after this, Colored Funeral, very much a little more technical than this one, but I really enjoy the crap out of this dolly piece on the front. A portion of the dolly piece, I should say. But if you've never heard this band, they've reformed, I guess. I know they put out their third album was kind of crappy, so I kind of stopped following them, but apparently they're back and they sound good again. So I have not investigated that either, but this is an absolute banger from start to finish. Love it. Excellent French death metal. Merciless, abject
I
offering.
usually struggle with the French death metal as far as nailing the sound, because that region, it tends to sound like everywhere else. It's not like black metal. You can tell when it comes to the French black metal, but when it comes to death metal, it's like all the influences show from everything else. So when I listen to a death metal band coming from France, I'm like, that's definitely a French sound. Like I don't get that feeling. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, this one really nails it. So Sick Nick, that's a really good find. Cool.
Yeah,
Found it in
thrift
the
shop.
thrift
Holy
store.
crap! Every
Nice.
time I go to a thrift shop, it's wow, really crappy Christmas and Christian albums, basically.
Yeah. And
Oh.
Jurgen, of course, has seen them live.
it's
Yeah,
it's some
because-
Christian mom's found her son's stash somewhere, and
Yeah.
I can't have that.
Yep.
Going to the Goodwill.
All right, Rick. Let's see what you got.
I got some death metal out of the Philippines. So this is a 2023 release, and this is one that's going to fly under the radar, which is funny because this is their only album, and apparently they're showing up as Split, so it's like a one and done thing. So this is a Formless Odon. Cool looking cover. So
Very.
something I got from Life After Death, and they got a few things from Memento Mori, and I usually like the stuff that they put out. I mean, it's like I see Memento Mori, I'm like, it's probably going to be pretty good. And so this is just from looking at it, it has that real Lovecraftian thing going on. It's pretty blatant.
That's a cool cover. Very cool.
I love it. It's maybe almost as cool as the Ulthars, which tend to have all that stuff going on, and that's another Lovecraftian kind of band. Streams of Rot. And again, kind of we was talking about France death metal. Like this is from the Philippines. There's another region where I'm like, that sounds like Filipino death metal. Like I never say that because
Right.
but these guys definitely have that that old school vibe, but it's technical in its own way. I mean, you can tell it's very Lovecraftian. It's cool stuff. It's just it sucks to hear that this is the only thing they're going to put out. One thing that really bugs me from a graphic designer standpoint is Memento Mori could do better with the art direction with the back, because it's like I can't read any of that stuff. It's like it's blended into the background. I can't read the font, so I'm looking at the song titles and I'm like, what the hell? I can't read what the hell I'm supposed to be. What the track listings are. But it's a good band. I mean, I would say if you see this around on the cheap, definitely worth picking up. I mean, I wouldn't pay like $16 for it, but it's a cool pickup. So I got this on a Black Friday deal, and it's just like another one that's going to fly under the radar just because nobody's ever probably heard of this, and it's a one-time release, but it's good stuff. Formless Odon is actually a name of a character from a game called Bloodborne. So I'm not a gamer, but if you guys know that game, it's kind of centered around that concept. So yeah, good stuff.
Cool. All right. Alan is in stages tonight. Like the wardrobe.
We're working through all the costumery. When you got a little kid and you're out Christmas shopping, you buy all the things that blink. But let's see. I was listening to something on YouTube recently. Yeah, and it played off. I wasn't paying attention, so YouTube, of course, moved on to the next album. Like, first few notes came on, it's just like, I haven't heard that in forever. I need to play that. And so I dug it back up and played the whole thing when I had a chance to pay it more attention. Talking about one of the best, blackened death metal or deathly black metal albums ever made, Dissections, Storm of the Lightsbane. Classic. If you want to call it black metal, I will say it might be my favorite black metal album of all time. I know some people classify it slightly differently, and that's fine. Not going to worry about the semantics too much tonight, but yeah, this album holds up so incredibly well. Loved it since the first time I heard it. I originally heard this band because they had a demo version of the lead track Night's Blood on the Death Is Just the Beginning Volume 3 compilation. And it was one of the best tracks, maybe the best track on that compilation. So, and then it took me a while to find this after that. I probably had the compilation for close to a year before I could finally get this. I had to special order it. This is mid-90s, pre-eBay stuff. And yeah, amazing album. If there's one tiny thing I can complain about on it, the version of Night's Blood that's on here is not as good as the demo version from the compilation. The compilation version is slightly slower in tempo, and especially in the bridge. It really, really gives it a really kind of haunting, harrowing feeling. The version on here is a little more up tempo, and so it loses just a little bit of the atmosphere compared to that demo version. But yeah, one of the real benchmark albums for the genre, the style, the decade, the whole 9 yards. This is one of those A+, 10 out of 10 kind of albums for me.
100%.
And yep, just hadn't played it in a long time, but it was funny because as soon as I wasn't even looking at YouTube, but as soon as it started playing just those first few notes, I'm just like, oh, I know exactly what that is, even though I haven't heard it for a few years.
Yeah.
So yep, it was really fun to get that out and spin it a few times here in the past couple of weeks.
It's a template album. Like a lot of bands kind of use that as a starting point for a lot of their influences. I've noticed.
Yes, yeah. Yes, there are. I mean, there's now a cottage industry of other bands basically trying to sound like Dissection, and a lot of them do it quite well, to be fair. So yeah, and in a way, I don't mind it since Dissection's catalog is, of course, very, very short. So you get 2 classic Dissection albums and another one that people have very different opinions about with Reign Chaos. But so as such, if you really did just want more material in that vein, yes, you can check out bands like Thulkandra and Cinera, and the list keeps going. But none of them, of course, will quite ever top the original. Storm of the Lightsbane, possibly the best black metal album I've ever heard.
Right on. I saw them At the Gates of Morbid Angel.
That's a
during
heck
that
of a
album.
show.
That was a heck of a show. It was awesome.
Yeah, what was Morbid Angel touring for at that point? And you said, was it Gates?
It had to be Covenant or Domination. It might have been Domination. It might have been Domination.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, it turns out cannot put the coffee mug. The nose is
wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah. Okay, we have to work on that while Marty shows us what the next thing is he's been playing.
All right. Well, I'm still picking through some stuff I haven't spun for a while after the Scott Burns interview, and Atheist Piece of Time. Man. Of all the early Atheist albums, this is my favorite. Again, they're technical, but even at the height of technicality, they don't lose sight of writing catchy, memorable songs. There's a lot of flow all over this record, and I like the production of it. I like the progression of it. I like what they do with the technicality and working in some other ideas. They go a little bit more proggy on Unquestionable Presence. I like that record too, but this is my favorite. This is my favorite of the bunch for sure. And yeah, Elements I didn't care for much, and their comeback album, was it Jupiter? I want to say it's
Jupiter was the last one. Yeah,
it's different. It's different, but I don't know. This is 100% approved by me for sure. Fun to reconnect with this one. It's been a while.
It's cool they're doing shows again. So I wouldn't be surprised they announced something, in the works. But Jupiter was to me that was like their heaviest album, but not as weird as what's the Elements. That was the more jazzy one.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's my favorite as well, Marty. I've been revisiting Unquestionable Presence lately, trying to get into it a little bit more, and it's good, but yeah, it's a much harder one to digest. They're really moving into that technical proggy space a lot more.
All right, Rick, you are back.
All right. So Got this from a record store that I found out was closing down. One of my favorites. And kind of had it sitting there. And I'm like, we're talking about Dee Snider. Happened to point it out. I'm like, this Widowmaker band, Blood and Bullets. So, Twisted Sister fans, it does not sound like Twisted Sister. This is a little more, God, how do I do it? It definitely has more of that late 80s, early 90s kind of feel to it. It's pretty heavy, but you can tell that this was a little bit out of its element as far as what people were looking for, as far as where the trend of the sound was going in the 90s. But I think this came out at a time where I wouldn't have appreciated something like this. It's like, everybody was, into the groove metal and all that stuff going on. So this is more hard rock, metal, in a way like Twisted Sister, but I feel like the production was very different. Put out 2 albums, so this is the first one. Man, that track "Reason to Kill," probably my favorite one on here. That's pretty heavy, but again, it's just one that I've not seen anywhere else. I mean, I do not see this in the wild at all. So if anybody's familiar with this, it's definitely good stuff. Blood and Bullets. Don't let that advisory sticker scare you. There's not too much vulgarity by today's standards. But I feel like at the time they felt like it was essential, but not really. But it's a good listen. It was cool to kind of revisit kind of what was going on at during that time. What's his name? Al Petrelli, Trans-Siberian. The guitars in here. Man, some really good lead work on this. Just really, really cool riffs. But definitely, if you see this out in the wild, definitely recommend picking it up. But it's good stuff. Widowmaker.
All right. Alan.
All right, let's see. Something I've been trying to do here during the holidays is go back through stuff I've picked up over the past, 2, 3, 4 years that I haven't revisited. And I'm looking to maybe clearing out the shelves a little bit. And so if some of this stuff hasn't gotten played in a while, it's like, let me give it another spin and see what I need to do with that. So a lot of the stuff I want to show from this point forward will be that kind of material. So let's start with this one. Picked this up a while back. It's first EP, I think, by Mercure. Is that how you pronounce this one?
I think so.
I'm guessing. So yeah, seems like the band's gotten fairly popular. Black metal with very pretty female vocals over the top of it. This one has not really clicked for me much.
It's not very good. I didn't think anyway.
Yeah, my issue with it is the female vocals are very pretty. She's got a gorgeous voice, no doubt about it. But the problem is, she sings a little bit, and then they kind of switch to playing, what's pretty typical sounding black metal music. And then she'll sing a little bit, and then they'll play a little bit more black metal music. It's not like, at least on here, they don't seem to be integrating the two at all. It's more like, sings part, music part, sing part, music part. And they're not connected very well. And the music itself it's not bad, but it's pretty rudimentary. Yeah, it's almost, sort of black metal paint by numbers. I guess you always have to paint in black and white when you paint black metal by numbers. But yeah, as such, it's kind of like I'm waiting for something special to happen, and nothing really does. Now, again, this was just an EP for Relapse. Hey, folks in the chat, is this band's albums better? I see a lot of their stuff on the shelves at stores, and it's the kind of thing that the stores seem to order multiple copies of. So they seem to have a fan base. Is this just like, that was the early one they hadn't fleshed out yet, they got better later? Or is it just like, it's all pretty much the same kind of thing? So
I think they're trying to wrap their head how to market her, as far as, because it's too folky for some people, not enough black metal for some people. It's like falls in all these little areas.
Okay.
I do like the follow up to that record. Her first full length. She worked with Garm from Ulver, who produced it, I think, and it sounds like she's trying to sound like Ulver's Bergtot.
Mm-hmm.
It's got the feel. I like that record. I actually bought. I own the record of it. After that, I didn't like that EP, and I bought that record because it reminded me of Ulver, the black metal Ulver.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, I lost interest. But so the album after that is pretty good.
Okay, well, maybe I need to maybe give it one more try with some different material. But yeah, this one I have a feeling is going to end up in the VCLT pile. I'm not hearing enough there that I need to really keep a hard copy of it
So
myself.
she put out a new album this year, and so I actually picked it up on the Black Friday sale. I have not listened to it yet.
I think we got a promo for it too, and I never got around to checking it. I always forget to check out the Relapse promos because they're not in the Holics shit. Anyway, anyway,
yeah. So yeah, that one seems to be a swing and a miss for me, but it was very cheap. It showed up, in the used bin around here for like $4.99. So at $5, if I'm curious, I don't mind taking a chance on it. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This time it didn't.
all right. I think this is the last of my death metal stuff, and this here isn't necessarily catchy. It was just something I remembered liking when it came out, and Sweden's Regurgitate. This is Effortless Regurgitation. This came out on Relapse back in 90 something or other. Pretty much super sick gore grind. The vocals are the shining attraction here as far as I'm concerned. They're super toilet bowl sick, very cool stuff, and it's grind, so I mean there's 20 million songs on here, but a couple members of this band, one in particular, went on to be in Nazem, playing for the later albums. So there's a cross-pollination there, and there's some similarities for sure, but Regurgitate were just the sicker. Nazem was more political and punk, and this was just sick and twisted, nasty, stinky gore grind. Like I said, the vocals are ridiculous sewage, awesome. I mean, it's hilarious. And I was looking through the rack. I'm like, I haven't spun this in a while. So out it came. It scratches the itch every once in a while. And
I think that's one of the better bands that were doing that at the time. More emphasis on gore too. It's like nowadays, my taste more line the death grind side of things. I don't return to that kind of stuff too often, but every now and then I do get that itch. You know what? Let me pull a black metal one. So this is one I've not visited in a while. So I pulled this off the shelf, and Opera 9. This is Anifis Bina. Came out in I want to say 2004. And this is a band that I don't hear talked about much nowadays. They're a little sporadic with their releases now. And now they've changed vocalists quite a few times. This is the first one with was M the Bard, who passed away eventually. I've always preferred his vocals when it came to this, and I think the one that came after was Strix, which really good keyboard work. I think the keyboard that was on this, the keyboard player that was on this, left after this release. Then after that, it just kind of became a bit of a mixed bag. But I always thought they were a good band. They actually had a release last year with cover albums. It was just like an EP, but it's been a while since they released like a full length. But this right here, what I do love the keyboard work, which I think it's just right. It's not so over the top. It's not Jimmy Burger. It's got that really nice early 2000s kind of just vibe going on to it. But really, really cool listen. Again, there's another one if you see out in the wild, which I don't see too much. I think these Opera 9 CDs tend to go pretty fast the moment it hits the shelf on the record store. But it's even got a cover of Bathory's what is it? One Rotates a Bay. So really cool one. But yeah, good band, and I think this is a really, really interesting era. So again, if you don't care about the Cadavaria era stuff, definitely check out this era. But I like them all. But
oh, very cool, Rick. Yeah, I haven't thought of that band in ages. I had their debut Call of the Wood 20, 30 years ago, and really and then they kind of just fell off the map, and I never looked back into them. It wasn't bad, but
there's a charm to it. You go back to that era and just listen to the way things have kind of progressed with black metal at the time. There's a certain kind of simplicity that I do appreciate. It does have that woodsy feel in a way, even though it's got the big keyboard and everything going on. It's, I don't know, there's just something charming about it. But good stuff.
All right, Alan.
All right. Another one that I picked up a while back. I've tried to get into this album a couple of times, and it's really close, but it never quite gets over the hump. Some people love it. Some people really don't like it. It's Death Angels Act 3. And so once again, I've pulled it back off the shelf. I'm like, yeah, should I keep it? I need to go ahead and ship it. It's really borderline for me. It's certainly not bad. It's got an amazing production job. It sounds incredible.
Yeah.
The way it's recorded. But what's recorded is kind of it very much does feel like early 90s thrash. It kind of lines up with albums like Testament's The Ritual or stuff like that for me, where these bands, were several albums in, and it feels like they had just kind of lost their fire a bit. The songs aren't terrible, but there's nothing on here that rips, like Ultraviolence. There's nothing quite as fun and quirky as what was on Frolic Through the Park. I mean, instead, you've got an actual ballad on here.
And funk. Ugh.
There's a little sway in, which doesn't really work for me here. I didn't mind that there was a little bit of funk here and there on Frolic Through the Park, and it did not bother me. On here, it starts to get under feet a little bit. It's like, go away, funk. I'm going to trip over you.
Yeah.
But yeah, then you got the Room with a View thing. It's just like, huh? Thrash ballad? That's no, thank you. Can do without that.
What was it, 1990? I think it was a fork in the road for these bands around that time. Where like, do we go like the Mordred kind of funk route, or do we go like the groove part? It's just
I'm not sure what they were trying to do. I've read a few things here and there that they were trying to push, that maybe this would be the next big thrash band to get more kind of breakthrough, like Metallica and Megadeth did. I'm just like, I don't. Good band, talented guys, but I don't think they ever had the potential to go mainstream, even with songs like Room with a View. So I'm kind of
Testament did it on the ballad song.
Kind of, I guess. So yeah, I mean, on one hand, you can't blame them for trying. On the other hand, it's just like, I don't think you should have tried that from a thrash purist point of view. So yeah, I'm never sure what to do with this album. So, there are times I listen to it and it just puts me to sleep. There are the times I listen to it, it's like, it's close. It really is kind of close. There is some decent ideas here and there on it, and it sounds just fantastic. But yeah, it's just from that era of thrash where you can really see why thrash was dying and phasing out a bit. If this is what the big bands were doing, Lord help you with what the smaller bands were doing, and as such, of course, people stopped listening. You just weren't. This kind of thrash isn't scary. I remember reading one review about this in particular. So like, this is one of those thrash albums you could actually play in the car with your mom, and she'd be like, "Oh, what a nice band." And let's face it, when that happens to a band that's supposed to be from a more extreme style of underground music, you're done. You're toast, because that is the last thing in the world that's going to go over well with your target audience. If the album feels too safe, too easy for mainstream people to at least listen to and kind of nod at, it's just not going to work for a lot of folks. So yeah, I still don't know what to do with this. Maybe this goes into VCLT. Maybe I'll put it back on the shelf. It's always kind of a question mark for me what to do with that album. I don't hate it, but I do not. I'm not nuts about it either.
They're called Death Angel. You play that at a barbecue and people aren't leaving, just because there's something wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Don't know. It definitely. It is one of those albums, I think, that marks that period of thrash when thrash was getting just too safe for its own good. Oh well, I'll figure it out one day. Maybe.
I like that record. I saw him on tour with Forbidden and Realm during that era on that tour cycle in the U.S. and I didn't like the funk, but I like the record. Is it their first or second record? Nah, but
I could use it as a coaster.
You could use it as a coaster. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, it was another one that it showed up locally in the used bin. It is the old copy. It's not a reissue or anything. So it's like, for $6.50, I will. Sure, I'll give it another chance. And it's close. Don't know. Haven't made up my mind yet.
At the time, CDs were still too expensive, though. People did not discover how good of coasters they can be. Quite. Take that risk.
I know some with one of the recent album club videos. I think the album came up in the chat, and somebody had mentioned like, "Oh yeah, I finally just got it for Act 3. I've hated it for 30 years, but I've just clicked." I'm just like, maybe I need to give it another chance.
That's
too.
your next pleasure to kill right there.
Yeah, that don't. maybe,
Yeah.
maybe not.
Yep.
We'll see. Marty, what's something else you've been listening to lately?
All right. Well, my kid, again, getting into power metal. Been trying to turn him on to the good stuff, and I really like this album. I like this band. This is one of my favorite albums by them. Orden Ogan with To the End. Let me blow myself up here. This is so catchy. This is earworm after earworm after earworm. The choruses, the build up to the choruses, it's just a great record. I don't know what to say. It's I find it hard to call it cheesy too. I think it's just really well done, and it's commercial. I would say it's commercial, European commercial power metal, but it's just, I don't think this is cheesy. I mean, the main guy that's in this band went on to help out Angus McSix with his new album. He wrote all the music for that. So, I mean, there is an element of cheese swirling around this guy's veins, but what there is also in his veins is writing really good pop. I want to say pop centric metal, because there is a definite verse, chorus, pre-chorus, the whole build-up thing. He knows the formula. He plays it well, but he writes really good songs. And this is Earworm, Things We Believe In. Man, I can't read the font. But anyway, this is a great album. And if you don't mind this type of stuff, definitely check it out. Yeah, that's their mascot, this top hat dude. I don't know. You gotta, Iron Maiden set a precedence with Eddie, and so all these European power metal bands, they have to have their thing. But whether it's a pumpkin or a fang face or Abraham Lincoln dude, I don't know. Anyway, this is a great album. If you're into European power metal, earworms, man. It's a catchy affair. Yep, I am serious, Jurgen. My kid loves it. I love it too. So I don't feel bad about it. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. Anyway, Rick.
The thing about that band is, I think some people just had a steady diet of metal and minor keys, like that kind of stuff. It's played a lot in major keys. It's just it's like eating broccoli.
It's very uplifting and happy. Yep. Ryan, Puxatani pill, the same top hat. Agreed. Yep.
I'm gonna pick up off Alan. So you chose Death Angel. This is another band that kind of forayed into the 90s, and I feel like this one didn't get as much attention as the earlier stuff. The American Way, the Surf Nicaragua, Sacred Reich. Another one that was sent to me.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one for me.
Exactly.
Ignorance, I love. That's a favorite thrash record. Yeah. Love that record.
That's my favorite one too. And I think at this one, I think they had one more after this, and they took this long break.
Heal was the one after that.
Heal, yeah, yep. Which was probably not that much better. Maybe a little better. I don't know.
Groovy. They've never recovered. They came back, and it's still groovy, yucky.
But I think it's the best stuff they've done. If you were to compare it to some of the stuff they put out in the 90s, it's, you know what though, compared to you guys, like I'm kind of a child of this era though. Sure. I started out with I guess what you call the groove metal stuff, and I think that's kind of what disappointed people about this. It's kind of like you can tell they were kind of adapting to what was going on at that time period. You were showing Death Angel, it's like there was this fork in the road. Yeah, where do you go? As far as to try to keep yourself sort of relevant. And I think Phil's vocals here, even at the time, like I noticed, like it's a little going towards that ensemble kind of territory. It sounds a little bit like Phil Anselmo.
Yeah.
I feel like some bands, Exorder went this direction too. So this is another one of those fork in the road bands that kind of took this direction. But I think going back to it, it's not. I can understand the displeasure for some people for this, but it's not as it's not as bad as some people may make it out to be. I still enjoy it. It's not my favorite thing. I still go back to Ignorance, and the 80s stuff is still my preferred go-to. But for what it is, and you know, Brian Arkham, another one, sent this my way, so that's 2 for the night. It's it's okay, but again, I don't reach for this too often. But it's for what it is, and being that I was a teen during this time period, I could definitely enjoy it for what it is. But is it the best one? Not even.
I might have a different opinion of it if I came in on it there, but starting with Ignorance and loving that. In American Way, there's some funk elements here and there but that was
True.
kind of the thing for thrash. But I like how crisp that record sounds, and I love the songs on it. I think it's a good album. But after that, they started getting groovy, and I'm just like, God, man, why?
I noticed his vocals too don't work very well with the really melodic. When he tries to actually sing, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Nah.
Stick with the aggression. I think that's
great. Yeah, I gotta say, Sacred Reich's actually very, very important in thrash metal circles. Because if it wasn't for mediocre second tier bands like that, we wouldn't be able to fully appreciate how good the top tier bands are.
Yeah, true. I mean,
yes, I'm being a bit.
It's harsh, but true. I mean,
Yeah, I'm being bitchy about it, but Sacred Reich for me has always been the definition of second tier thrash. Yeah. They have some good songs here and there. The title track off that album is really good. I like it. The title track off American Way, good song.
Yeah.
There are good songs here and there, but I've never heard a Sacred Reich album I felt the need to own. They were just always a second tier band for me. But a lot of folks do dig them, and that's absolutely cool.
You could lump them in with like Power Mad or Defiance or Gothic Slam. Ugh.
Oh, no, let's not insult them. No, Defiance. Let's not say anything we can't take back here. Defiance is like 4th tier thrash metal.
Yeah, it is.
They kind of remind me of where like bands like Howl's Eve. It's like they were from the Bay Area. They were like in a whole separate region. They were kind of just in their own little bubble.
Howl's Eve were really good though. Their first 2 albums are really good.
Yeah, even the third one has its moments.
Yeah, but, Monument had its moments. It's a grower for sure. What's up with that cover? But Metal Blade, Enigma.
Yeah. None of their covers are amazing, but that one in particular.
I love I think the first one is iconic.
It works for the album. Yeah, it's good for its time, but I mean, it's not. It's no Master of Puppets.
No. All right. Alan, he's not going to be whipping out any of his Sacred Reich releases anytime soon, I guess. But
no, definitely.
Oh man!
But I will, since we're kind of going. I'll come back to Marty's power metal thing eventually. Well, let's get.
Go ahead, rag on it. I don't care. I love that record. I don't care. It's so good.
Thrash metal. Let's get back on track. We've shown some questionable thrash. Let's show some really good thrash. Here's another one that I have undersold a bit over the years, and recently got out of the used bin, and this time it all finally fell into place. Hi, Jurgen. I think he likes this one.
You didn't like that album initially?
It's not that I didn't like it. For me, it was just always like, it's a good album, but it never really ever sank in 100%. And the problem with it was I worked through the Testament catalog backwards from Souls of Black. So I got Souls and then Practice. And I really wanted to hear the first 2 albums, and it took me bloody forever to track them down. I mean, like a couple of years. You have to remember, I grew up in the middle of frickin' nowhere, so there was no just run down to the record store or get it from other folks. Nobody had either of the first 2 albums. And when I got the New Order, that one I've never gotten into. That album was very rushed. The band has said it was extremely rushed. I still don't like the New Order much. And then it took me even longer to find this one. So it was one of those cases, by the time I found it, I was already kind of moving out of thrash and then more into, death metal and other stuff. So I got it, heard it. I was like, yeah, okay, it's fine, whatever. It never, I got it at the wrong time. It was too hard to get. So by the time I got it, I just didn't care as much anymore. I've replayed it, from time to time, and no, it's never been bad, but I've always thought of it as like, yeah, it's okay. It's good, but, nah, playing it this time. No, this is not good. This is really good.
It's fucking great. This is out of that whole area. That is an important record.
Yes.
Better than some of the big 4 bands for sure. It's a great record. It really is.
Yeah, no, this one really.
I think there's a population of people here that would replace Anthrax for them. If we were to name the big 4, I would just say there would be no contest for some people.
Yes, I think you're exactly right, Rick. So yes, this one, coming back around to it for the first time in several years, listening to it, and say, yes, now I fully get it. Now it goes from being like, yeah, that's a B album to like, no, this is, like a A- album or something. Maybe it's an A album. I haven't decided yet, but yeah, it's nice to, yeah.
I'm with Eric. It's a 10 out of 10.
I won't give it 10 out of 10 yet, but I might, because I keep playing it and I keep digging it. So it might get there. It's yeah, it's one that it's finally sunk in, and I finally appreciate it at the level it deserves to be at. So, and see, this is the kind of thing that makes me think maybe I do need to give the Death Angel album a few more tries, because it could happen to it too. It's probably not going to happen to that one, but it happened to the Legacy. So there we go. We've gotten back to first tier thrash. Now I think we can move on to other things if we choose to.
Jurgen says it's the best thrash metal album of all time, period. And then,
yes, I knew that was Jurgen's favorite.
It belongs up there. It really does.
Yeah,
it's so good. It's their best record. It hands down their best record.
At this point, I have to agree. You see, in the past, I've been like, hey, yeah, it might be like my third favorite, but now it's just like, no, that one's probably better than anything else they ever did. And I knew it was Jurgen's favorite, which is why I immediately shouted him out when I showed it. Yep. So, and see, that's the kind of thing too. When Jurgen says it's his favorite, Files Away is like, next time I see that, I should pick that back up and give it another chance. And I did, and I'm glad I did. Thank you, Jurgen.
All right. We're going to keep it rolling. Apparently we're on the same page here, because I've been dipping into the thrash stuff too. And man, I love Nuclear Assault. What a great, unique band. Sound like nobody. A little bit of New York hardcore. I don't know if I want to say the influence is apparent, but it made them, growing up in that scene, made them different than everybody else. The East Coast bands are different than the West Coast bands. I'm going to show another East Coast band here in a minute. And I love Nuclear Assault. I love this record. The couple that came out afterwards, I've kind of lost touch with, but this one, wow. Classic. I love it. The whole thing is start to finish. They just could write a whole album. They never really, early on you had the goofy throwaway tracks, but I love John Conley's vocals. He has a very interesting, heated screaming style and very urgent sounding, and I love all of the these thrash bands were like Nostradamus, environmental Holocaust type stuff, and it was very much the thrash metal trope, and it's becoming reality. So these guys were our news back in the day, our glimpse into the future for sure. But love Nuclear Assault, handled with care, endless classic. Love it.
And Vuzkoth is saying here that, here's another one of these old thrash albums that has just finally clicked with somebody. Yep. So it's not just happening to me. It's other folks are really getting their head wrapped around some of these as well at long last. So that's cool.
It's timeless music too. That the thrash, it happened so long ago, and there's still thrash bands, don't get me wrong, but I mean the classic era of thrash, this still sounds as relevant today as the minute it came out to me. And the songwriting holds up, the whole thing, the way it's produced. I love it. Of course, it's the year the years I came up in, so it seems right, but I just can't imagine being young and trying to get into this stuff, because there's so much history to process. It's a lot easier to do so now with technology and Spotify and whatever, but man, it's a lot to process. And I think if you want to do, get into metal the right way, it's good to do your research, But Rick,
I think at the same time too, like, you guys were teenagers, and those guys were teenagers, were probably barely out of their teens when those albums were coming out. At the same time, that was like, those were the heyday albums. That was the true heyday when that stuff was coming out. And with the bigger bands like Metallica, weren't quite at the echelon they are now, but everybody was sort of on a similar kind of page. You can put Exodus and everybody else kind of in there. Everybody's just trying to find their way, trying to find their sound. Some just became more rock stars than others. Yep,
absolutely. And they lost their way, but I guess it's hard to maintain that youthful.
Correction, I was in diapers. Just saying. Have my little bottle.
All right, Rick, what you got?
I'm gonna take a weird segue. So this is one I got. It was a very curious pickup. So this is another one of those sale buys put up by Loud Rage Music. So this is a compilation. I think it's 3 guys who are mainly from Romania, and they decided to do a compilation of Romanian bands. I think there's one Belgian band, but basically obscure bands from the 80s and 90s, and they re-recorded their songs. So it's called Recita Rocks, and it actually has some of the names of some of the bands that they're covering here, which is really interesting because I would imagine the original recordings were probably very rough and very raw, but here they kind of gave it the better studio treatment and all that stuff, so kind of showing a bit of appreciation for the stuff. I know next to nothing about the Romanian metal scene other than maybe some death metal bands and some black metal bands, but when it came to like trad metal and that kind of stuff, or hard rock, it was not something that, like most of us probably, again, it's a region of the world where a lot of stuff wasn't accessible, so they felt like they needed to show some attention and highlight some of these because they'd be lost in obscurity. I mean, this is not something you would explore. So anyway, 11 tracks, and there is one death metal band in here, one called Necroticism. They released one demo, so if you're like a hardcore early death metal demo collector, you might be familiar with that, but they do so it's kind of a mixed bag. So you get some heavy metal, some hard rock, death metal. Like I said, it's a very strange bird, and most of it's not in English. But it's a very interesting thing. If you're a collector of world music and you're interested in heavy metal from all parts of the world, this is an interesting pickup. Again, re-recordings of stuff from that part of the world. For Alan's sake, there's a band, Screaming Heads, that they cover. There's 2 tracks from them here, and those really stand out. It's kind of like a mix of Suicidal and Biohazard. It's like, so if you're going to pick this up, Alan, I can see you skipping those tracks.
Fair.
Other than that, it's a cool listen. It's something I'm gonna put on all the time, and not really, but it's a quirky little thing to kind of have on a shelf. Kind of just a little bit of a appreciation of stuff that was going on in the world back in the 80s and 90s. This band just wanted to highlight that. So interesting little pickup.
Cool.
Recita Rocks.
All right, Ellen.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's circle back around to the power metal thing, because this is kind of might be in the same zip code as what you showed earlier, and I've been another one I picked up. Now I've come back to and trying to figure out what to do with it. It is Windrose, an Italian band. Album's called Warfront.
My kid, that's the first CD he bought with his own money. He loves that band, and they're good.
And that's cool. The first time I listened to this, I hated it. It's
like Sabaton.
Another band I can't get into. Actually, the first thing that I thought of listening to this was Nightwish. Nightwish, if a bunch of guys were singing instead of a female with a really well-trained voice. It's all chorus all the time. It's all chant, sing along all the time. Huge keyboard presence, almost no guitar presence. Like the whole album, I'm sitting there waiting, just like, where is the guitar? After 6 songs, I'm like, is there a guitar? I don't know. So yeah, I did not like it on first listen. Set it aside, like, okay, maybe I'm just in the wrong mood or whatever. It wasn't what I was expecting. We'll come back to it. I've played it a few more times. I'm getting to the point where it's fun for what it is. If you really do just want something that's kind of boom, ba, boom, ba, boom, ba, boom, ba, boom, and you can chant along to it, they do that extremely well. The album sounds good. It's well produced and all that. Yeah, but it really is falling close to that kind of Nightwish camp for me, where it's just like there's just not. For me, it's almost not even fair to call this power metal because there's no guitar presence whatsoever, and that really irks me. That's something I expect. When you get through your chorus, I'm expecting the guitar to come front and center for at least a little bit, and it never really does with bands like this. So it's like, yeah.
Is it like Nightwish where like the keyboard player is the lead guy?
It's what it feels like. I don't know, but yes, it seems to be like, based on how much you hear the keyboard, it sounds like, yeah, the keyboard must be the one writing all the music, and everyone else is just there to kind of keep the beat. while he does synthesizer things, and while the other guys stand there chanting into their microphones about dwarves and battle and dwarves battling other dwarves in battle. So yeah, I haven't decided what I want to do with this one either. Again, it is fun for what it is. If you just want something that's kind of easy, mindless fun, it's cool. But it just, as like, oh, I'm in the mood for power metal. This is not something I'm going to reach for. And very cool that, your son, latched onto them. We all start somewhere. And I can see this being something pretty easy for folks to get into as they're starting to discover and check out different styles of metal. For me, it's lacking that guitar presence that I really want in a lot of
I think
my power
Simon
metal.
must be onto something. You just don't understand Minecraft core.
None of the words in that sentence do I understand, Simon. None. I'll show some power metal in a second that that has clicked better with me, and there's going to be a very discernible distinction between the two in terms of how they approach the genre. But we'll get to that in a few minutes because now it's Marty's turn.
There is guitar in it, Aaron. It's just not a high. It's not up in your face like most.
Yeah. It's buried under about the fifth layer of the synthesizer, somewhere behind the drums next to the bass.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, my kid loves that shit. 100%.
And to be fair, hey, if I was like, your son's age and hearing something like that, and that's like one of my early introductions to metal, I am sure I would love it too. I have no doubt it would click instantly, and I'd be singing it all the time and driving my parents crazy with it.
Yeah, they came through Joliet, Illinois. I want to say Joliet, Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to take Parker to it, but we missed it. We were at the Halloween show a couple weeks later, and there was a guy there wearing a Diggy Diggy Hole shirt. It was in the Minecraft. It was the dwarf all Minecraft out and said Diggy Diggy Hole in Minecraft font. Parker, he's like, that's awesome. Like, yeah, I wouldn't be caught dead.
Some of the crowd, people are saying that's awesome, and the other crowd is saying that sounds pretty stupid.
Yeah, exactly. 13-year-old boy thinks it's awesome, and I like Sabaton, and they remind me of Sabaton. They just sing about Middle Earth stuff. It's the same type of machismo type of boisterous vocal, male vocals, and catchy. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway,
I will say now that their take on Diggy Diggy Hole absolutely slaps. The video for that is extremely fun, and my wife has never forgiven me because I once dialed it up on her computer to play a few times, and to this day, that song keeps coming back into her YouTube feed. I can literally hear her. She'll just be like, I'm just like, oh, she stumbled into a Diggy Diggy Hole again.
Yep.
And then she'll come yell at me. She's like, why'd you have to watch that on my computer? She likes a lot of power metal, but she is all Diggy Diggy Hold out at this point.
Any guitars on my metal though, it's like, I guess the guitars in there is the same way Justice for All has bass, right? Like we're talking about
there. It's there. Yeah.
Technically, there is somebody standing there holding that instrument. Yes, it is technically there.
Just enjoy it, Mel. Just enjoy it. Anyway, yep, back on the East Coast. This is one of my favorite albums from this era. One of my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
This is hands down my favorite Overkill album for sure. This is just such a classic. The band has a bit of punk mixed in with it. Obviously, they cover Sonic Reducer by the Dead Boys. It's only on the CD. It's not on the vinyl, but
not on the cassette tape either.
Not on the cassette. Okay, right on. But this is a band that sounds like nobody else. Again, even to this day. I mean, there's some Motorhead as they've gone on. There's a little bit of Motorhead in their sound, but here, this is pure Overkill. They came out with a great mission statement. Their next album, Taking Over, I love that too, but they started to get more metal. They kind of dropped the punk a little bit, and it's more, turbocharged guitar tone. And here it's just super catchy songs. They're very much metal songs, but there's just Dee Dee Verney's bass gives it that punk vibe. And man, I love this record. Absolutely love it. Love it. Love it. And it never gets old. I've listened to this probably 10 million times. It's just a feel-good, happy record for me. If I'm in the dumps, I put this on and I'm singing along. I'm air guitaring. I'm in high school all over again. It's great. I love it. And it's been fun to dig into the thrash bit. And I've been listening to a ton of electronic music as well, a lot of industrial, but I didn't want to bring a bunch of that shit to the show tonight. So I'm still trying to figure out, other than the big bands and that ilk, I'm trying to figure out some underground stuff that I like as well. But it's fun. It's fun to have a bunch of different styles you can dig with when you fill up the moods with something different. Anyway, Rick, what's up?
All right.
That's a killer album.
It's a good one. Yeah, classic.
Yeah. I remember Blitz just sounds so evil on that one. It's some just crazy fucked up lyrics too. Eat through the mounds of steel, sift through the metal.
Yeah.
That's just, yeah.
And the way he places the words with the music, it's just so cool.
Yeah.
So much class and swagger to it. I love it.
Yeah, it has the perfect amount of that snotty punk attitude mixed in with this kind of, really like, these guys actually sound a little bit scary, evil, messed up.
One to kill, one keeps alive. Get on your knees and suck it.
Yeah, that whole creepy like
Yeah.
laugh too. Just yeah, great stuff.
Awesome.
I kind of miss that spirit. I feel like a lot of the thrash stuff coming out now, it's like, like the music's there and stuff, but I feel like the personality doesn't quite come through the same kind of way. I feel like some of the bands where I felt a little bit like that as far as the modern band, like maybe like Power Trip, and there were some bands like that where I still felt like some of that spirit was there, but it's too few far in between. All right, so this is so I've been picking up a lot of these old school reissues, and this is a cool one. Impaler, Carnal Deity. And this is a English death metal. They were one of those one and done bands, and so Peaceville put this out this year actually. So this is I guess I don't want to say first time on vinyl. It might have been on vinyl in its initial year back in 1992, and very much in the vein of those English bands. Like it's got that benediction, bolt thrower. I would say older bolt thrower, and that the first two Benediction albums just has that feel and vibe. So if you're all about that stuff, that first Cancer album, this definitely. So I feel like this band probably got lost in the noise of everything else that was coming out at that time period. But cool band though, really good riffs, really heavy, but definitely has that distinction from that region. But really good stuff. Impaler. And if you try to look them up, there's a million bands named Impaler, which could be even more confusing. Yeah. But good stuff. If you see this around, definitely check it out. Again, if you like Benediction and Bolt Thrower, this is definitely in your wheelhouse.
Is that the same Impaler that had if we had brains, we'd be dangerous? They're from Minnesota?
No. I don't think it is. No, it's not the Rise of the Mutants band.
I don't think so. Yeah, but cool stuff. Glad they reissued it. Again, nice little vinyl treatment. Sounds great, but really good riffs. But this is one of those where, unless you were around at that time picking up these demos and whatever, this probably flew under the radar for many. But good stuff.
All right, Alan.
All right, I've disparaged some power metal, so once again, let's kind of right the ship a little bit. This band I come back to from time to time to check out. This one showed up at a used bookstore a while back. Played it once or twice, quickly shelved it. Like I said, I'm kind of going through the shelves, looking to thin stuff out a little bit if I'm just not into it. So I was like, yeah, I should play that again and see. But this turns out to be pretty good. It'll stay here. It is Iron Savior's 8th album called Rise of the Hero.
They're a good band. Well,
they are a good band. Their secret weapon has always been, their vocalist, Piet, not quite the pronunciation I'm not good with, but Piet Silk. He was, an old running buddy of Kai Hansen's back in the early 80s.
Kai was on the first 3 records. Yeah.
And Kai was on the early albums for Iron Savior. Piet and Kai, basically built, the band, that was, the precursor to Halloween. But, Piet got, I think he got married and also got like a job. He worked in music, more like, production and, studio kind of stuff for a long time. And then kind of came back to get this band started up in the late 90s.
Debut rules.
Love the debut album. Yes, it was one of those moments where someone was getting really close to that classic Keeper era Halloween sound, and loved it to death. The problem was they started putting out albums relatively quickly, and they all kind of sounded the same. They were doing this multi-album concept story of basically taking like Judas Priest's Hellion Electric Eye and turn that into like 27 songs. And it to me, it got stale kind of fast.
Yeah.
It wasn't that they were ever bad, but it's just like, well, this sounds like the last one, but not quite as good. And that continued to be my take through like albums 2 and 3 and 4. So eventually I just quit paying attention. But going back and listening to this again, this is still very solid German power speed metal. And again, so here, there's no costumes, there's no 15 layers of synthesizer burying the guitar. When they finish the chorus, the guitar comes up and kicks into solo mode. The songs move forward very well all the time. This is, if I want power metal, this is what I want to hear. This is more the template I'm going to be interested in compared to something like the Windrose I showed a few minutes ago. Windrose, it's just a completely different kind of animal. Now, I'm not making fun of dwarves there or anything, but it's just, it's a very, very different style. Iron Savior's not going to be one I play often. There's so many bands that do this kind of style that, again, it's something like Iron Savior can get a little bit lost when you're trying to choose between Halloween, Gamma Ray, Blind Guardian, Stradivarius, Rhapsody. Take your pick. There's tons of good ones. But this is still pretty solid, and this is my style of power metal. I do have to say, there's a big ding against this album. Dance with Somebody. This is not a song a German power metal band should be.
Is that a Whitney Houston cover?
It might as well be.
It is.
I didn't look to see if it was. It sounds like it's a cover of a pop song, though. But no, it's not the Whitney Houston one.
Hold on. What's the name of that? What's the name of that album?
Rise of the Hero. It doesn't have a credit on the back title. Let me see if it does in the booklet. Because it really feels like the cover of some kind of bad pop song.
No, it's not. The lyrics are different.
Okay. No. Oh yeah, it's not the Whitney Houston one, but I'm just wondering if I meant to look and see if it.
I'm falling in love with your favorite song. I'm gonna sing it all night long. I'm gonna dance with somebody. Dance with somebody. Dance, dance, dance.
And he just repeats it. I want to dance with somebody. Dance with somebody. Dance, dance, dance.
What
dance.
the hell were they thinking?
I have no idea. I mean, it really is horribly out of place.
And it is a cover. Hold on.
Okay.
Mando Dio cover. Whoever that is. Mando Dio.
All right. It had to be a cover of some sort.
Yeah.
I don't.
It was that much out of
They
place.
should not have. They should have uncovered or not
what the
uncovered
hell were
it.
they thinking?
Yeah, it is. It's bad. I mean, it really does stand out like a sore thumb while you're playing the album. You get to that and just like, what happened? But beyond that, the album is pretty solid German power metal. German bands do have that, they have that quirky sense of humor where they will do some odd covers or odd intros and outros. So everybody gets one, and I guess that was Iron Savior's one. But yeah, still a pretty solid. Maybe Iron Savior's kind of the second tier, power metal, power speed band, but it's going to be good enough to stick around on the shelf.
Yeah.
So there we go. Some decent power metal, minus that one track, and I'll hand it off to Marty.
I'll redeem myself in the eyes of Jurgen a little bit here. Not only have I been listening to the German cheese, I've also been listening to the good German shit as well. Paradox Heresy, their second album. Man, this is a great, great album. This is one that I got on tape late. It was in a Camelot bargain bin for $1 or something like that. And it was one of those deals I put it on and it blew me away. I have not followed up with this band. I got their first 2 albums, and Jurgen tells me the rest of them are great as well. So it's one of those things I'm going to fill in the gaps eventually. But for now, if you're not familiar with this band, it's German thrash. They sound like a German thrash band. They got a very, I want to say blue collar style. I don't know, or industrial style too. Not industrial like the music, but they seem like they come from a working town, kind of hard, just good. The good shit. This is just the good shit. And yeah, I think the first album was a little bit more Metallica inspired. This one is a little thrashier to me, a little more German thrash inspired. Love the vocals, love the guitar work, great songs, awesome album. Paradox Heresy.
Those guys come out in the later '80s. They were in an early '80s band, right?
Later 80s, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had their debut, Product of Imagination, and yeah, good album. I don't have it anymore and haven't heard it in years, but yeah, I always thought it was pretty good.
All right, Rick.
Just a recent pickup. Another one. I've actually been wanting this a while. I think their last EP. What the heck was it called? It's Spanish band, Intolerance. This is Dark Paths of Humanity. So as much as I like their EP, I feel like this one picked up a little less on the doom, more on the death metal. Just side of it. It's a little quicker pacing, but it's still rather thick and heavy. It kind of reminds me of Asphyx, just I guess done in that Spanish death metal kind of way. But good stuff. It's got a little bit of a bolt thrower vibes in here too. You can kind of look at that cover, so they don't focus too much on the gore side of things. They're more on the war side of death metal. It's the only thing I would say about this is the songs tend to run together. I feel like they should have kind of spaced it out with a little more. I think what made bands like Bolt Thrower great is they had the way they incorporated melody with their riffs and the way they timed it and spaced everything out was very satisfying. I feel like this band could have used a little bit more of that kind of touch in their sound. I'm not saying they should sound like Bolt Thrower, but I feel like the thing that made Bolt Thrower great and made you kind of revisit those albums. I feel like it's kind of one of the reasons why people will gravitate towards those essentials. You can hear the influence a lot in this. But I think as far as some of the better bands kind of playing in that style today, I think this is pretty good. Like I said, I like their EP. So this came out last year, and it took a while to kind of make it back to the US. So another Memento Mori release. So yeah, again, they know what they put out. They put out good stuff. So good band, Intolerance. I just feel like from here on out, they're just going to get better and better. So looking forward to the next one, but glad to have this.
Right on. Okay, Alan.
Okay, next one on the stack. Yeah, we'll do this one next. Dio, Lock Up the Wolves. This is obviously not, from sort of the classic run of Dio albums. This is where, you start getting into the 90s, and the lineup is very, very different. Dio is basically starting over with all new guys, including some kind of, relative newcomers. I'm guessing newcomers is the nice way to say it. No names would be the unkind way to say it. Just pulled some unusual folks in here. This one has, Simon Wright from AC/DC was guesting as drummer on this, but ended up sticking around with Dio for a long time. I always liked the title track off of this one. Was always kind of unsure about the rest of the album. Yeah, this is where Dio is, getting slower. The music's getting a little darker. Not as much so as it would become on later albums, though. So it's a little in between. And this is another one that, got it to give it another chance. Didn't impress a whole lot. So it was kind of like edging into the, VCLT pile. Gave it another chance. Like, well, it's not that bad. So it's kind of a very, very kind of average album. It's not terrible, but not great. The new musicians he brought on board, they're not bad, but they're definitely not as flashy as what you're used to if you're, thinking more, the earlier Dream Evil and, Holy Diver type albums. So it just comes across, as a bit of a quieter Dio experience overall. He still sounds okay. The songs aren't awful, but you don't have a whole lot on here that you'd want to put like on your, Dio greatest hits mixtape kind of thing. Again, I still do like the title track, and some of the songs are growing on me a little bit, but I'm still a bit torn on this is worth keeping, or whether maybe I just don't need this one. Maybe I can stop with Last in Line and be happy at that point.
I also
Just
felt
treat
like
this as like a digital.
that album ran a little long for me. It's one of
Mm-hmm.
the little knocks I give to it.
That's a fair point, Rick. Yeah, this is one that, and Marty, you've made this point before. This feels like that point where all of a sudden it's like, oh, we should make the album CD length rather than LP length. And that starts to, I mean, it's a little long in the tooth at 11 tracks. You could
More
pull a
is not
couple
always,
tracks off of
the
here.
record labels don't understand more isn't always better.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you could pull a couple of tracks off of here and it would probably benefit.
It'd been
from
better,
A couple of exclusions. So not bad. It may stay on the shelf, may not quite, but yeah, it's also one of those Dio albums that just doesn't get mentioned much, folks.
I don't know if I've ever heard that record.
A lot of folks probably haven't. Folks, Dio is definitely one of those catalogs where everybody gravitates towards just, the first, well, especially the first 2 albums, but if we're being generous, the first 4 albums. And after that, most people's Dio experience gets pretty spotty outside of his work with Black Sabbath, of course. So yeah, definitely a different era of Dio.
One of those I wonder what could have been, right? And they kept Vivian Campbell, like how that would have turned out as far as that catalog. I don't know. That's those my favorite albums.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it would have been a very different album, I'm sure, if he still had some of the other guys in the lineup. Oh well, Marty, your turn, sir.
Yeah, I was getting some black metal stuff. I've been all over the place. Right. I don't know how black metal-y this is, but this is the second Nagelfar from Germany with an E album called Srontgrover. I don't know if you can pronounce it. Go for it. But this is pre-Runes of Beverast, and it sounds like it. Just a little more turbo, kicked in the pants, and there is, I don't know if it's the second song on here, there is a bass break where the music drops out and the bass like picks up the pace, and it's just so over the top intensity. I love it. It's just such a great segue into the blasting part of the song. And their first album is very much black metal oriented. This one is kind of a transition between black and death a little bit. But this record, I love it. Of the 3 Nagelfar records, this is my favorite by far. I prefer this to some Ruins of Beverast too. There is definitely similarities, although Ruins is way more nightmarish, cerebral, I guess, atmospheric. This is just more aggressive, but with a unique sound. They didn't really sound like anybody, which is very cool. But Nagelfar, the second album, check it out. Can't pronounce it. Srontgorth. Hey, Glenn, thanks for that. We appreciate you, man. Happy holidays to you too.
Appreciate it, Glenn. Cheers.
Check out Nagelfar if you have not heard it and you like Ruins of Beverast. You will not be disappointed.
Yeah, I need to spend some time with those. I mean, it's everything about it is something I'll like. It's never fully sunk in but I haven't given it the time to.
Yeah.
Too busy listening to Windrose.
diggy hole. Yeah.
Got to dig myself out of that hole.
Rick.
Nagelfar is not one I dug too much into. Ruins, yes. And I feel like with Ruins is one of those, I never know what I'm going to get with the next album. It's, they always do something a little different. And, it's that's what keeps me kind of coming back. Like, when some bands are very formulaic. You know what you're going to get. But here's kind of picking up off the black metal. Figure I'll just show something that I just got. So, Gems label is one of my favorite go-tos when I want to pick up something a little more on the cult side of things, I guess you could say. And so Seidan, so I just got this. This is their first full length called the Jinkoku, Spiraling Chasms of the Blackest Hell.
What's the name of the band?
Seidan, Saidan. So they're from the US. They're from actually Kentucky, I believe. And they're look very Japanese. They're not from Japan. But they would have you convince you that they are. I gotta say, so you're looking at this, you're gonna go, this is probably some of that really raw kind of stuff. I can't get into it. It's kind of like, but I would say, and you're looking at this, if it's got an Obi sticker, it's pretty cult. It's probably not something I'm gonna probably want to check out. But but I would say this is riffy as shit. This is it's got riffs, it's got melody. It's got a little bit of everything. It keeps you very interested. This is an awesome album. I would say if you're gonna check out a track, damn always stickers covering the track listing. She's Buried Under the Cherry Blossoms. That's got a cool headbanging moment in there. Not something I say often about black metal albums, but this is been issued on vinyl, I think, from a Russian label. So this is the first pressing in the US. So again, put out by Gems label, but really, really good stuff. Highly recommended. So there's your long ass title. If you want to know what it is. So say that. Really, really good stuff. So I would say it's not raw in a way that would, if you're not normally into this kind of thing, that would push you away. It's definitely got enough clarity and riffs and punch to keep it going. It's got moments of blast beats and melody. So it's a nice mixed variety. So again, they don't have a whole lot of releases. They got a few EPs and splits, but I think I want to say two full lengths that I know of. But really good stuff.
Right on.
It's not Vlad Tepes, Alan.
Okay, Alan.
All right. Sorry, having fun with folks in the chat. Thank you to everybody who's watching live tonight. Always fun to hang out. Lots of fun comments going on over there. Let's see. If we're doing a little black metal, okay. Once again, I'm working through all this stuff that I'd picked up, played a couple of times, didn't quite click. I'm coming back around to it, giving it a chance before it gets disposed of. I never quite figured out why this band was so popular, but they are quite popular. And so giving it another chance. Watain, Sworn to the Dark. It showed up for $6 in the used bin. So I'm like, okay, that's the time to give them a chance. It's not bad. It just feels like it's not nearly as good as the other bands it's sort of trying to copy.
They want to be dissection, but they're not good enough.
Exactly. We talked earlier about the dissection clone cottage industry within black metal, and here's a good example. This is a band that very much is going for that dissection vibe, but they definitely don't have that same, at least on this album. And this is the only one I've heard. I know they've got a bunch of others and
that's one of their better ones. Definitely one of my favorite ones.
Okay, good to know. And there's some good songs on this one. I like was it Serpent's Chalice? It was like, that's actually a pretty cool track. But overall, it feels like they just don't quite have the chops to pull off, a really strong dice. It's not like dissection's here. Watain wants to be right here, but they end up being about right here. Not way down there, but more in this kind of middle ground somewhere. And so it becomes one of those things of like, well, it's not that bad, and it has at least one song has now clicked with me. I'll probably play it once or twice more, but I honestly don't know where we'll end up with this one. For a long time, Dissection was one of those bands that's like, there's no equal, there's no one like them. But now that we've got these other bands popping up that are much closer to that classic Dissection sound, I'm just like, I don't know if this really ever has a chance of coming off the shelf very often. Maybe I burn this onto the hard drive, save it for when I'm in the mood. And this, I just don't need the physical copy. I'm not sure. Cover artwork's kind of cool-ish. Don't know if that's enough to want to keep it around for. So, another one I'm a bit torn on. Certainly not a bad record, but I'm not sure it's good enough to keep taking up space.
Well,
the CD shelves don't get emptier unless I eventually take some stuff off.
It doesn't say pre-owned. It says pre-loved. So somebody must have loved it at some point.
Yes, one of the local stores always does that with their used stickers, which is just kind of cute. And then, it's a nice little puppy. Can I take it home? It followed me kind of way. So Watain, again, if nothing else, I will say I still don't really get why this band is so huge, other than just the whole live antics thing. I guess that's enough for some people.
It's a spectacle.
Some people, for some people, the spectacle, just like, oh, dude, that's so over the top extreme. That's all they want. And I've never been that person. I'm. If you want to impress me, being the fastest or the goriest or the most evil, that is not going to impress me. I'm not going to like your band because your blast beat is 20 BPMs faster than everybody else's. Okay, if you can do it well, that's cool, but show me a song.
That's why I don't pull them off
the
the
musicianship.
shelf that often. It's like, you know, by the time before I hit the W to get to Watain, I run to M. I'm like, I just pull the Marduk. You know, it's just,
yeah, and that's that is something that's comes up. That we've all got so much music we can listen to, and a lot of it that we really enjoy. I can only give bands like this so many chances before I feel like I'm kind of wasting my time and could be listening to something that I know is in the same vein, but is just better / more enjoyable for me at least. So I'll probably give it another chance or two. I found a song I like. That again, they've got one of those poo covered toes in the door. I'll give them a chance to maybe get the rest of the foot in there, and we'll see.
Man, after that record, I said, I'm done buying this band stuff. They're boring. I got their first 4 or 5, and then they came out with the album after that, and Carl McCoy from Fields of the Nephilim did the guest vocal spot on it. I'm like, I'm buying that. And of course I bought it, and it's on the last song, the Waters of Ain song. And he says like 3 words. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I spent money on this album specifically for his performance, and it was 3 fucking words. And it just, the whole album it's not terrible, but it's just, it hit the shelf and it's never been off since. It just isn't. I'm going to listen to Dissection. They're Dissection Junior, and they were never as good. They just weren't. Some good stuff. Your assessment's spot on. I got Watain. You're exactly right.
I think what it helps too is some of the younger people coming in and let's say just getting to black metal, happens to run to Watain, they'll eventually discover Dissection, if they haven't already. It depends how cool their friends are.
Yeah. Wade, they probably do. I don't know for certain, but I'll bet they do.
Probably do, Wade. Yeah. All right. I guess I am back. Okay. Well, I'm still in black metal here, and people talk about this band and with a snicker. And this album, when this came out, I loved it. I think this is classic Norwegian black metal from the era. They were never this good again. And I'm talking about Ancient Svartalfheim, the debut. Cool. And there is just a vibe, an atmosphere to this record. The drummer, I think his name was, I can't remember his name. Thought it was Grim, but it's not the same guy. It's a different Grim. But anyway, it was a 2-man band, as the Fidal and the drummer. Drummer sang on here. It's just super cult Norwegian black metal, simplistic, atmospheric. The songs are good. I like the Canian Chronicle came out after this, and they started to get a little more symphonic. I like that record too, but this one is straight up for me Norwegian black metal. It's got the right grit, the right production value, meaning it's a little dirty but clear. I just like the atmosphere. I think the album cover says it all. I don't remember what year this came out. Does it say? I can't read it. Old eyes, but yeah, I mean, before you write this band off, listen to this record, and the EP that came out after it too, Trolltar, also really good. So this early era of Ancient is, if you're into Norwegian black metal, it is completely worth investigating. 100%.
So Mark, we got to ask, how do you feel about the Canaan Chronicle?
It's okay. I don't hate it. It's more, obviously, it's just as Fidel. I can't remember the guy's name. Yeah, I interviewed the guy back in the day. Started AZ something or other. Kimberly Goss, who was in the scene here. She married the dude from Children of Bottom there for a while on keyboards. It's way slicker. Lord Kaifus on vocals. It's pretty okay. I prefer the debut. It's more what I wanted from that band.
Yeah. I think that's
then they got silly as they went. They got really stupid.
Yeah. No, I don't mind the Canaan Chronicle either. I kind of heard both of those close to each other, which was weird. But I thought Canaan Chronicle, it's not as good, but I thought it did catch a lot of crap just because of the whole vampire angle and the fact that it was Metal Blade's kind of first stab at getting into the black metal market. And a lot of people are just like, yeah, come on.
Jurgen has been on tour with everybody at one point in Europe. Cheers, man.
But yeah, so yeah, no, I think Canyon Chronicle is not that bad. But yeah, Svartalheim's obviously a big cut above.
Oh yeah. All right, Rick.
Pull another classic. Not as classic as that one, but older release. So Immortal put out an album this year, and and it's been a bit of a let's just say it has not appeared on many top lists this year.
It's catchy, but it's really tired. It's not right.
Going back to some old material, Abath 2006 put out one and done album.
That's a good record.
And I like it because it's not pure black metal.
No,
it's got that element. It's got heavy metal thrown in there, and it's got Ice Dale, at the time, which is awesome.
Who's also on the new Immortal record.
Yeah, actually, that's right. So it's interesting kind of way to return on things, but yeah, this is awesome. This is one I put on every time. And go, oh yeah, I forgot how good this is. Kind of makes me wonder if it would have been as good if they released a follow-up to this at all. I know this is one of those kind of a special projects. I guess it was a one-time deal, but it's a good one. And I think Demonaz, right? I think ended up that was when he wasn't performing at the time. I think he ended up doing mostly the lyrics on this, which had I guess it was all, I don't know if it is directly, but it seems like it's a Viking themed thing. And which I think this was successful, and I think because of how successful it was, it kind of, in my opinion, I think inspired Demonaz to finally go and pursue doing his own solo album, which eventually came out some years later. But I think this was probably a good pickup point from that, which I think had some ideas from this album. So, which I suspect, but nevertheless, it's a good album, really good release, and it's a nice way to stray away from the stuff that Immortal was doing at the time. If you want something a little different, very riffy, just very catchy, and again, it's one that I'll put on and I'm like, and I forget how good it is, and when I put it on, I'm like, oh yeah, this is awesome.
Another good one too is that Demonaz solo album, March of the Norse. That came out around the same time as that record, and it was more Bathory Worship than anything, but they're both good projects.
It's kind of what I was saying. I think the Demonaz record, I think he felt a little inspired. I think when he did this one, I think kind of picked up some ideas.
Yeah. I was typing, so I didn't hear everything you said. If I just like reset everything, I'm sorry. I can't I can't listen and type at the same time. Apparently,
I feel like it's kind of what you said. It just comes together too perfectly, and I do love that Demonaz album.
Yeah. My main memory of that album is the local store where I was living at the time. They kept restocking and restocking and restocking that album. I only met one or two people in that city who ever seemed to like heavy metal. They must have sold like 100 copies of that. I'm being a bit hyperbolic, but it was always, every time I would go in that store, first visit you go, they'd have 3 copies of it. Next time you go, those are gone. Come back the next week, there's like 4 more copies of it. Come back the next week, they're down to 1 copy. The week after that, they're back up to 5 copies. The week after that, they're all gone. I was just like, how are they selling so many copies of that here locally? Where are the people who buy this? Yeah. I had no idea. And I mean, this went on for just months. It wasn't just like,
that's what I was wrapping my head because it's pretty successful. And I'm like, I never knew why they never did a follow up to this, but
maybe it's just better. Me all the more. Yeah.
Well, he essentially did. He came out as Abath. He ripped off the stuff that was meant for Immortal and started Abath.
Oh, okay. Give it a different name.
Yeah. Abath. And Alan.
All right. Let's do a weird unknown one. I picked this up off of Discogs months and months ago. It was very much a case where I was buying other stuff, and at the last second noticed the person had this, and I threw it in the order as well. It's a band called Winterkill. They're out of Chicago. The album is called Taming the Wolves. This is early 2000s era. What caught my eye about this? Well, the name, because Winter Kill will, for folks into older Chicago metal, will immediately make you think of this. Slaughter Extroys, kind of one of those classic underground entities, mid 80s. They did this one cult album that's now like $1 gajillion. And it's really good. It's very unique. Their vocalist has a great voice, and the dude makes John Cyrus look kind of like normal office accountant worker. Right? He was a strange cat. But yeah, after this band fell apart, members, shuffled themselves around, and some of them ended up in this project, Energy Vampires. And this was a little more gothic flavored, but still pretty cool and rocks pretty well at times. And when Energy Vampires failed to get off the ground, so a couple of the guys formed Winter Kill. So that's the weird, convoluted underground trail of crumbs that led me to this. This is the band's third album, and it's not good. It just isn't. This is going somewhere. I don't know where, but it ain't staying here. Is it awful? No. But it really does. It has, while this came out in the early 2000s, it has that 90s US metal feel of a band that was trying to, they're not trying to do funky stuff or rap metal. They're not trying to be Pantera or anything. They're trying to be a little bit hard rock, but they're trying to be, it still has a very commercial bent to it. And it just doesn't come together. None of the songs on here particularly stand out. None of the performances seem really, really strong. It's just like, you listen to it and just like, well, yeah, that's the kind of thing you would expect to have been very much a local band. Some guys that had been on the scene for a long time just reshuffled the lineup and tried again. But this is very much a local level talent kind of thing. They should open for, bigger bands that came through and toured, but you can't imagine this ever would have got much outside of the greater Chicago area.
I never followed the breadcrumbs that far, but did they tend to retain some of the proggy elements like the Slaughter days?
No, everything that was kind of crazy out there, special about Slaughter is not here. Everything that was kind of the gothic, spookiness about Energy Vampires, none of that is here. So it's like take away everything that made those bands kind of interesting, and you're left with something that feels like any band could have put this together without too much effort. It's just a very, very average ho-hum kind of thing.
The Photoshop work's not convincing me either on
that. The cover, the quality of the cover kind of tells you what the quality of the music's going to be like. But again, I had never heard any of the. I had one demo from the Winter Kill era, and I remember it being passable. So I had a chance to throw this in the order for like $3 extra, and I did so. And okay, now I know. And maybe their first two albums were stronger, and by this point they had just run out of ideas. It's possible. But yeah, this one does not make muster, and so this is something that will not be staying on the CD shelf. But I'm glad I at least got a chance to check them out because of the legacy there with the other projects made it worth investigating.
All right. It's a breadcrumb not worth pursuing.
That breadcrumb is a little too stale. It's you're wanting a crouton that's got some seasoning on it. This is just a breadcrumb, a moldy old breadcrumb that's been sitting on the ground too long. Wow, what a horrible way to describe somebody's band.
Nice.
If you're watching guys from Winter Kill, sorry.
Do better. All right.
Yeah. And if anybody's never checked out Energy Vampires or Winter Kill, those are very fun albums. I'd recommend giving those a chance.
Okay. Still in the black metal care. Another great French band, Nahima, Light of a Dead Star. Man, this band had a 3-album run are all really, really, really good cult black metal. Produced well. I just love it's right in that pocket of really dissonant, though melodic riffing. I don't want to call it a straight up Dark Throne clone because it's not. It's got a lot of sorrow in the riffs. It isn't necessarily just a barbaric onslaught. It's just a lot of sorrowful dissonance. Great vocals. I like the way they're placed over the music. Yeah, their 3-album run was great. They broke up after that. I want to say they went into something else. Let me see here. Nahima of Worth. Members Himmenbjorg, members of Himmenbjorg. I don't know. Evohe. I don't know. Good band. Haven't listened to them a while. Thought, well, might as well dig this off the shelf. And it was worth it. It was nice to hear it again.
They don't have that French sound at all. They don't
sound
like a Norwegian band.
Yeah. Yep, it's very good. Rick, I'm gonna go use the potty while you guys talk about your next thing.
All right. All right. So this is a new pickup, and we talked about in the beginning how we're going over the 2023 lists, and this was noticeably absent. And I was actually anticipating this album because they've been absent for a while. I think the last full length they released was back in 2010, and talking about Deteriorate, the Rebirth. This is a band from, I don't know if they still reside in New Jersey. New Jersey is my neck of the woods. And put out by Extreme. Old school death metal, man. Like this is one of those bands I feel like came out. They were around for a very long time, and I don't think they got the same kind of appreciation of bands like Immolation, Incantation. But I always felt like the quality is very up to par, like those bands. They played with those bands, and it's I think some of the members even played live at some point. The thing is, there's only one original member left, which probably doesn't help out too much. But this is a really good release, the Rebirth, and I think it still retains a lot of that old school flair and the kind of stuff that you like about bands like Incantation or Immolation. If you like that kind of flavor of death metal, and I don't hear anybody really talking about it much. It kind of just came in very quietly, kind of snuck in. But another band, that's kind of it's putting on music for a long time, and I feel like at least deserve the mention here. If anybody didn't know that they had a release this year, Deteriorate, the Rebirth. So it's they've been getting reissues of some of their older stuff. I know that some distros have been putting their material. I got a few on tape. Mm-hmm. But so it should be. So if you don't know the name, just look at that logo. That should help you. It should be pretty easy to pick apart.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I don't know that band.
I would say maybe I wouldn't start with this album. I would say definitely check out some of the older lineup. Check out some of their.
Was awesome.
Yeah. I feel like that they just never got their due the same way some of those other bands did. I get, but they weren't as prolific as far as putting out release after release, like Incantation, but I feel like, I put this on, I'm like, damn, this is pretty good. So yeah, Deteriorate 2023. Yeah, it had an album this year. About time.
Yeah. All right, Alan.
All right, I've been showing a couple I've been iffy about. Let's show one that did click when I've got it back out. This is Armory from Sweden. The album is called World Peace ... Cosmic War. John, thank you. Really appreciate that.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, this one is Swedish. It's billed as speed metal. It literally may be hard to read. It's green on black, but yeah, it literally says that going down, the side there. And this was another one that was like a Discogs kind of like throw-ins, like it's like $5. I'll sure add it to the order. I'd heard a couple of people mention the band as being pretty good, new wave of traditional heavy metal adjacent stuff. Yeah, got it, played it, thought, it's okay. Maybe it's a little one-dimensional, don't know, shelved it. So it's on that pile of CDs that I'm now revisiting to see if I want to keep or not. And yeah, this one's actually pretty good. What I like on this one in particular, really good guitar work. They are not playing speed metal cranked all the way up to like 11 or 12. This is not like Holy Terror speed or Agent Steel level speed. There may be a step or two slower than those, but definitely a little bit faster than your typical power metal or traditional metal. So I think it's fair to call it speed. Guitar work is really well done. Really good solos that fit within the songs, keep propelling them forward right away. It's got kind of a concept theme going on where in the future humanity unites and we all go out into space as united Star Trek style, and then we have to start battling aliens. And so we got astronaut suit, tentacle. You get the picture. But yeah, this one I think is pretty good. The production on it's pretty solid. You can hear enough of the bottom end on it that it's not just all high end, focusing on the guitars that are trying to blaze away. The vocalist isn't bad. It definitely does have a little bit of a Swedish inflection, to his voice. If you hear this band for the first time, you'll know immediately they are not a U.S. band. You may not pin down where they're from in Europe, but you'll know, like, yeah, they're from over there somewhere. And let's face it, most Americans, if you can even point to Europe on the map, you're doing better than a lot of them. But
It's
so
true.
yeah, and the vocalist. It's not that he's bad, but yeah, you can just tell right away that there's a little bit of a lilt that hints to European on it. So yeah, this band's done some other albums. I haven't heard any of their other material, but this one's pretty good. Like it. This one's going back on the shelf and will come out from time to time. I'm pretty confident. So
I got the follow up to that. I think it's called the Search, and it's got like the scientists on the cover with the weird white eyes. And
okay, how's that one?
I thought that was pretty good, but it's good to hear that you enjoyed that one, because I felt like the one after that was pretty good too. High Roller, right? There's still a High Roller on that one.
That sounds right. Yep. This was a High Roller 2. Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there's some input of quality in there, so that makes sense.
Okay, yeah. And again, the only reason I got this one, it was a small distro, and they just happened to have this one, and it was $5. And so like, yeah, $5 is the point where I'm willing to blind buy and take some chances on stuff. I mean, it's 8 or 10. Like, yeah, I want to go preview a track first.
Yeah. All right. Well, I finally got around to snagging a copy of Saturnian Bloodstorm by Lamp of Murmur.
Oh yes.
It's funny that Immortal, Demon As Immortal is not making many people's lists this year, and you got this guy that's been doing this underground cult black metal, churning out records, a bunch of records, kind of growing in popularity as he's going, and then he drops this record, which is basically 100% worship of At the Heart of Winter. The riffs, it's the same type of super catchy riffing style. It feels like At the Heart of Winter. Is it as good as At the Heart of Winter? No. The riffs are an emulation. It's like a VHS copy. When you start copying it, it gets a little degraded. That's kind of what this feels like, but still it's enough. It's enough to be, thumbs up. The songwriting is pretty damn good. The riff writing is
one of the
solid.
more polarizing albums this year. Like, the dude's clearly talented, but at the same time, it's not the most original thing in the world.
Totally not original, but I dig it for what it is. And the stuff he was doing leading up to this isn't necessarily original either, other than the one where he tried to go the Sisters of Mercy route, which
submission to slavery.
Yeah. Which is okay, but is this something I don't really foresee him sticking with this? This doesn't feel like a new direction. No. This feels like a one-off paying tribute to his influences, to the gods, and moving on. But I found it on distro. Finally, I'm like, you know what? I need to snag that. I'm not really buying much vinyl these days, but this one had to come in.
You compare that, you like, that's the same guy to put this out. It's like.
Oh yeah, which is good too, but it's just different breed of animal.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah. It does feel like a slightly strange thing for him to have done at this point, because he was building a lot of momentum on doing other things, and to kind of be like, okay, and for my next act, I'm going to cover an Immortal record.
Mm-hmm.
He does it well,
but
it just does feel like a strange choice in a way. And you're also right, Marty. I find it. I don't know if it's amusing or ironic or sad, but it is interesting to me that Lamp of Murmur basically just copies an Immortal album this year, and everybody goes nuts for it. And Immortal makes an Immortal album this year, and everybody's like, "Oh, I'm so tired of Immortal albums. It all sounds the same." I'm just like, "But you liked it when that band did it."
Yeah.
Oh, they did it so well. Like, but you just but the real one did it, and you don't like it. But when the fake one does it, you think it's great.
Make no mistake, Immortals still are the kings here. They're because Demonaz isn't doing it at the Heart of Winter anymore. He's just kind of trying to stay alive at this point.
It's just been funny. It's kind of funny to me.
It is funny.
People kind of poo-poo the new Immortal album while really hyping up the Lamp of Murmur album. I'm just like,
I don't know what the staying power is going to be with me. I've got probably 3 or 4 of his other records on vinyl too, and I don't know if the staying power.
I know what that's from, Simon, and you're absolutely right. Malibu Stacy. Smithers.
The Simpsons references haven't died yet. Okay, it's good. 2023.
Lisa Simpson holding back Smithers and an army of 8-year-olds. But don't you see? But she's got a new hat. They stay Peter.
Oh boy.
I'll be okay in a minute. It's not my turn anyway.
All right, Rick.
I'm gonna make a change of direction. So this is a hard rock album. So it's I don't know. I feel like if you've been missing some Whitesnake, there's a Vandenberg album put out this year.
Oh my god, that cover sucks so bad.
It's well, okay. So
but they've got a new shark.
It's because he made the cover.
Sharknado.
This is his artwork. But it's again, if you dig, the hard rock stuff, and it's stuff that's kind of in that kind of vein. In 2023, the production on it is pretty good. It actually has was it Matt's Levin? As I look at this, I'm like, I know that name. That's the dude that was in Canamas for a little while there. And so he's I don't think this is Matt's Levin. If he would have told me years ago that dude from Canamas is going to be doing an album and he's going to do his best David Coverdale impression, I'm going to be like, yeah, get out of here. And here we are.
Wow.
And yeah. Though his voice is quite a bit darker, a little more gritty than Coverdale. I don't know what Coverdale sounds like nowadays.
It's not good. But I saw some live. He's struggling, but he's old. I mean, moving parts in the throat aren't meant to last forever.
Here they are, but it's just some cool heavy rock. It's the title track is probably still my favorite. It's like almost 7 minutes long, and it's got some killer solos. Really good, nice punchy production. Just a good stuff. It was cool just to see what Matt's is doing nowadays. I didn't realize he joined the band. They had a previous singer who left before this one. So it's like I guess it's one of those kind of bands. It's like Van Halen, right? You just rotate your singers around. It's kind of what he's been doing. He had a long hiatus.
I'd be too if the main guy in the band said this is the album cover for our new album. I'd be like, you know what, bro?
Later. It was funny. It's not his first time putting a shark on the cover. Like he tends to do his own cover art. I'm like, I get it. It's your band, it's your craft, and you dabble in painting, but sometimes you just want to get somebody to come in and make it a little more marketable for you. But he felt like Flying Sharks was the way to go for this. But don't let it deter you. It's a good album.
That album cover bites.
It's bad. Yeah.
It's no Great White. Let's just say that.
No.
That's like twice bitten and 3.5 times shy.
All right, Alan,
Okay.
Ronnie Romero, that's what it was.
I think I have recentered myself after Simon momentarily. Yeah.
Simon broke the professor. Broke it.
That's, yes, one of my favorite little Simpsons isms. Let's go back to German Power for a minute.
That's so awesome. You got that for $10. You're so
yes, picked this up at a record show a while back. Rage, Secrets in a Weird World, which I believe is their 4th album. Infamous for the bad, band photo being slapped on the cover by the label owner with no checking with the band, nothing. They didn't see it.
It could have been a painting of sharks. I'm just saying.
It could have been worse. It could have been way worse.
And I wonder if that was Walter Beck's, kind of, stock reply when, bands came back to him and complained about hey, you actually changed our band's name. Hey, you actually changed our cover concept. He's like, well, hey, I didn't call you Vandenberg or put a shark on your album cover.
Right.
Okay, fair.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you could have screwed us even worse. But yeah, so I had never just picked this one up. Found it at the record show. Yeah, like Marty said, $10.
God,
the best buy of the day by far. And I found a lot of cool stuff that day. But this was just like, this was a case where I just very quickly and quietly pulled out the wallet and handed him a $10 bill before.
No heckling for that one.
No, and I heckle everybody over everything at these shows. And in this case, I was just like, take my money, thank you, bye.
Yep.
Walk away quickly before he realizes.
I wouldn't even checked if it was scratched. I just would have bought it.
Yeah, I did. And to be clear, it's not like it's a super rare or super expensive album, but at the same time, it's an old noise pressing with the inner lyric sheet and all that, and it was $10. And the guy knew stuff. He had other nice records, and they were priced appropriately. So I don't know what was up with this one, but I'm going to take it for that. Rage is one of those bands. I don't know their catalog particularly well. I heard the first 2 albums ages ago and didn't really care for either of them. It appears what happened after the first 2 albums, the lineup got completely revamped. And then starting with album number 3 is where the band gets interesting to me.
Yeah.
Maybe if I went back and played the first 2 nowadays, I might like them more.
They're okay. It's okay.
It could be, and it's been it for age. I mean, I heard them the last I probably heard those albums was probably like 1994. So we're talking 30 years ago. But yeah, you get to the 3rd one's pretty good. I'd heard, I think the 5th one or the 6th one were pretty good, but I had never gotten this one. And it's actually pretty good. It took several spins to kind of digest. It's one that it helped sitting down.
The songs are kind of clunky. The songs are a little structurally weird. Invisible Horizon's good.
They're in a weird world, Marty.
Exactly.
They should be a little weird.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, but one thing I like about it, it has hints of that kind of late 80s German power metal, a little bit like the happy, upbeat kind of vibe. This isn't trying to be mean or scary or tough or cult or satanic or anything. It's got, a little bits of silliness about it, but done in a good way. For example, there's one song that's called Talk to Grandpa. The song is about a seance. They're trying to, communicate, through a medium with, the spirit of their dead grandfather, specifically to find out where he hid his money because they can't find it in his house anywhere. So, but it's not a bad song. It's not done in a goofy Dr. Stein kind of silly way. But yeah, you actually stop and listen to what they're singing about and read through it. It's like, oh, that's really goofy. And again, a lot of these German bands, the lyrics, they always had to know some odd translation issues here and there. So you get some very goofy word choices. But the songs are reasonably varied. There are a couple that are a little bit more blunt, kind of hit you over the head. Thinking like Make My Day is exactly what the title suggests. You get some that have really good big choruses. Invisible Horizons. Yeah, this is one that you're getting into that, Rage never sounded like Halloween, but you're getting that same kind of vibe from something like Invisible Horizons. The closing track, Without a Trace, is kind of long. It's splicing together a bunch of little, like the first verse, I think, is UFOs. The second verse is about the Bermuda Triangle. They're kind of splicing together a lot of those type of little things. So yeah, kind of a cool, at the end of the day, I have to say, this one's actually kind of a cool album. It's different from what came before and after it. I've heard some people, I think maybe you even, Marty, have referred to it as a little bit of a transitional item in their catalog. But I do think it's pretty solid and a pretty enjoyable listen.
It is.
So yeah, glad I've been able to find that one for a decent price, and gave it enough spins to let it sink in.
All right.
That's one I would see in a record store. I would walk right past. I wouldn't. Rage was not a band I, kind of evaded me over the years, but especially with the sunglasses cover, I'm looking at this going, I don't know.
Yes, if you didn't know what it was and you just saw it, a typical metalhead would walk away quickly and not making eye contact with any of the guys wearing those sunglasses. But no, it's a pretty cool album.
I don't even think they're seeing each other. I mean, they're all wearing glasses in the room. They're probably just bumping into each other the whole time. I don't know.
All right. Well, it wasn't too long ago. My son came over from school. He's like, "Hey, Dad, they finally put Time of the Oath on Spotify." So we've been driving around town listening to Halloween's Time of the Oath. And I know Alan's a little so-so on this one, but I would... I'll
be right back.
I love it. We Burn, Wake Up the Mountain, Before the War. I mean, there's a lot of bangers on this record. So good. So good. Yeah, it's got Anything My Mama Don't Like, which I end up liking it, but it's a cheesy, not a great song. But for the most part, from start to finish, great solid record. It's funny, he gets these younger kids, man, they watch what's going on Spotify. It's weird, but it's cool. I can produce the CD and we can drive around and spin it. Disc 2's got a bunch of bonus stuff. I want to say there's covers on here too, but no, just a bunch of bonus tracks. Anyway, yep, drink, damn it. It was a little late in the show. I figured I better get something in here, but we've been spinning this a lot. Love it. Great stuff. Rick.
I think people were waiting for that one. It's like, when's it going to turn up? Finally did.
When is it? Yeah.
And it doesn't have a fish in the cover.
No fish on that one. No. Actually, It's a good Halloween cover where there's been a long line of not so good ones.
Yeah. That one, that one's not bad. When it came out, I'm pulling up the track list because make sure I'm not mixing it up.
We Burn, Before the War. Holy crap.
It's
Wake Up the Mountain, Power.
Time of the Oath. Here we go. Yeah, this one I got it, when it came out back in the day right away. Yeah, We Burn is great. Steel Tormentor is really good.
Yep.
Okay, here's what happens to me on this album. I started to feel like around this time Halloween was getting in a little bit of a pattern with their albums where they'd start off with a couple of really good songs, but then somewhere like around track 3, track 4, you would hit a real clunker. And with me, like Wake Up the Mountain, it does not do anything for me.
I love that song.
3. Yeah, for that one kind of loses it. You come back with track 4 and you got Power. It's just like, okay, that's really good. Yeah. But yeah,
then you got the ballad, which is actually a big song for them.
Some of them, you have Anything My Mama Don't Like buried in there at track 8. Yeah. And so it's one of those albums. It's like, it's constantly like you're getting into gear, you're shifting it, then you got to gear it back down. Then you kind of got to build that momentum back up for a couple songs. Now Anything My Mama Don't Like is coming on. Just the way the track's laid out. And I kind of had the same issue with the one before that, Master of the Ring. Kind of did the same thing where you'd have a couple of good songs, then you'd hit something like, there's one or two on that one. Again, song titles are escaping me, but it was the same pattern. After a couple of albums of that same, like, good song, bad song, good song, bad song. It was starting to irk me that they were doing that. But to be fair, I also was not in a very Halloween-y mood around that time. Getting more into the late 90s, I was less and less interested in a lot of the power metal stuff. Yeah. So that didn't help the situation. It's not a bad album, and it has a lot of killer tracks, but it does have a few misfires here and there.
Absolutely. Rick.
Just want to add a quick reminder that, you guys are at 4.8 subscribers. If you just get about 200 more people to come in and hit that button, we can get the chameleon treat. Just while we're on the topic.
Can't wait.
You are looking forward to that far too much, sir.
I can't wait to be here with you and because I'm going to have things to say about it too, because it's not good. But it's still going to be fun.
If anybody's watching and doesn't know what we're referring to, a long time ago, I promised that when we got to 5,000 subscribers on Heavy Metallurgy, we would live stream me listening to Chameleon, which in my opinion, Halloween is one of my like 5 most favorite bands of all time. And Chameleon is one of my 5 least favorite albums of all time. I detest that album with a steaming vengeance for 30 some years now, but I've promised I will live stream myself listening to the album. And everybody can just, take joy at watching my pain.
And for
Marty,
just for the extra reinforcement, just look at the album cover. Like that will will give you the hints that you need.
The album title, the album cover. Rick keeps slipping the album cover artwork into thumbnails here and there, subliminally triggering me. And he knows he's doing it, and I know he's doing it, and he knows that I know that he knows he's doing it, and all that kind of stuff too. Yes.
Thanks, Wade. You're too kind.
It will happen at 5,000. Wade, thank you very much. It's always good to have you in the chat, man.
Ooh. All right.
Shots fired here.
Wait. Okay. Excuse me while I go unsubscribe to Scott's channel.
He likes to push buttons. You like the video. That's what he does.
Everybody go unsubscribe to No Solution, because there are some things that you say that you just can't take back. Pink Bubbles isn't going to win any awards from me. I don't think that album aged well, but
there's a handful of good songs.
Good Lord. It's like, Imaginations from the Other Side compared to Chameleons.
All right. So I pulled some doom metal. 2023. This is a band that Rob Lowe was in for a little bit. He left. And this year we got a Grief Collector album, In Times of Woe. You're looking at that and just look at how gritty that is. It sometimes I feel like it's trying a little too hard. Like you're like, look, we're a doom band. It got this guy Julian. They got on board for this. It's pretty good. They're based out of Minnesota, cold state. I guess it kind of helps with their sound. Just that part of the country. So I think that, and I noticed something. So last year we got a new Candlemass album, right? We got the Sweet Evil Sun, and I don't think it's the strongest material they've ever put out, but I think even with that existing, something like this drops, and it kind of tells you if you're a doom band, especially if you're like a newer band coming in trying to do that sound, it's like what you were talking about earlier with you got bands who are trying to do the dissection sound, and it's like you got these albums and bands you can go to that's kind of like a comfort food for you. And I think with Grief Collector, it's like for me to recommend something like this, you'd have to already be all in it for this kind of stuff, for this kind of doom metal. And when I say it's very gritty, there are times when it sounds a little, because it's so riffy in such a way and it grooves in such a way, it kind of reminds me of when you hear Alice in Chains in the more slower times, when the real what do you call it? Just the real sour sound. Like there are times when it sound like this, but you can tell they're also going for that, the epic Candlemass kind of effect for what they're doing. I like the band for what they are. I just like doom metal, but I feel like they're kind of going back to simplicity, but I think in a way that there's a lot to improve on. I actually wanted to review this at one point. I just never got around to it, but those are my thoughts on something like this. Rob Lowe, I feel like coming out of Solitude, and I think he did Tyrant for a little while, and then he came into this band. He did an EP, a full length, a very experienced singer, and I guess he felt like he wasn't really treading any new ground, doing the same thing again. I think he wasn't already doing in Solitude and Turnus. I feel like this band could use a second guitarist. I think would add a lot to the sound and add a lot more. I feel like they could use more soloing. But this is a bass. I feel like I'm looking very forward to see what they do with their next release. But there's a lot of potential. That's all I see here. I can't call it's a great doom album, but I hear a lot of. I almost feel like this is like a cool little demo they can shop around to say, hey, we can do this kind of stuff. We need a bigger budget. There's a lot we can do with this. But if, for those who doesn't know Grief Collector, again, they started out, I think 2019, 2018, 2019 when they put out their first EP. But for what they do, but I feel like they rely too much on the production to make that really big sound. But I feel like if they add another guitarist, worked a little more on the songwriting, they could really do a lot more, because the talent's there. I definitely hear it. But if I would only recommend this if you're already sold into this kind of thing. But I checked it out. I mean, I have all their other stuff. You know, I like Rob Lowe. I wanted to check out the new singer, and I feel like it's kind of what they needed. They needed some fresh blood in there, and a new singer sounds very, very motivated. Seems like a really cool guy. But yeah, Grief Collector.
Rob is a good singer. He's just not the best at putting his lyrics in the right spots. He follows the riffs too much.
I think with when you have the one guitarist, it's even more like that. It's like just less variety kind of and stuff going on. It kind of, I feel like it's kind of when you go back to early Sabbath, you listen to Ozzy go and just kind of just following the pattern of what Iommi's doing.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm not familiar with that project. Well, we should do a video topic discussion sometime on doom metal, because there are so many bands that try to get that big Candlemass sound, and even the ones that I feel like come close, it's always missing something. There's always some element that they just don't have, and it seems to be a little bit of, it's a genre that really almost, maybe more than almost any other this side of thrash, lives in the shadow of some of those huge towering releases like Candlemass and Black Sabbath, and a couple of others.
Especially if they've been doing it for so long. When another Candlemass album comes out, it's just like, even if it's not the strongest material, when you compare it to some of the stuff like this, it's like, it's pretty night and day. Like, you can tell the quality difference. There's a huge disparity.
Yeah, I feel like there's a conversation there. I don't want to sidetrack us for 20 or 30 minutes on it tonight, but yeah, we should keep that in mind to circle back to some Friday night. And with you, I mean, yes, you are Mr. Doom, so we should definitely have you on.
Do a Doom night. It's been a while.
Yeah. And I gotta say that, I mean, all the forefathers of all genres are usually the best, but Doom is kind of plagued by the fact that the early bands, the bands that influenced everybody, did it so right and so good. It's really hard for any new bands to really stake their claim, because they want to hold on to the influence so much, but they just don't do much new with it. It's just it's hard.
Yeah, I feel like thrash has the same problem that thrash has painted itself into a corner in a lot of ways with the same problem. But let's save it for another night. We'll put that on our list.
All right.
Let's see. Okay, actually, I had a Doom one here too. And Rick, I think you sent me this a couple of years ago. Altar of Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah, they're Finnish, right?
Yep. And when I played it a couple of times when I got it, so I remember it being all right. But then it hadn't come back off the shelf for a couple of years, so I'm kind of like, what did that sound like again? Let's add it to this stack I'm reviewing and find out. And this one, it's interesting for Doom that it's got some that traditional core sound, but it's got a little bit of everything in a way. It's got some more death style vocals in it, so it's like, okay, there's a little bit of death doom there, but with some of the riffs and stuff actually have a little bit of a stoner vibe, where it's just these kind of bigger heavy riffs, but they just kind of let them hang there in the air a little bit. So it's kind of an interesting blend of styles. Some of the songs are maybe a little too simple, straightforward. They have a very basic riff and stick to it. You could mix it up a little bit more, but I like what they did here in terms of having a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but they're put together in a way that worked pretty well for them. So as soon as I started playing, I say, oh yeah, now it's coming back. I remember this is cool. So this one's going right back onto the shelf, and I'll have to revisit it more often because kind of a cool sound. Interesting.
They were a little different, a little more interesting. I sent it your way. I was curious to know what your thoughts were on something like that.
Yeah, and I like what they did. How they yeah, how they weren't trying to be, just a Candlemass or just a, stoner orange goblin or, just a, hooded menace, Doom Death either. They were kind of like, yeah, we'll kind of pick and choose a few things and splice it together, and works okay. Yeah. So yeah, a cool one that Rick turned me on to, because I knew nothing about the band before he sent that to me.
All right. Let's go this route. A couple Wednesdays ago, the album club, we covered In the Eyes of God by Today's the Day, which is one of my favorites by them. And I ended up digging into their second record, Willpower. This is my favorite Today's the Day album. I love this record. It's on Amphetamine Reptile. This is noise rock with some metal leaning ideas here and there. But I love how caustic this record is. I love the feeling in it. The songwriting is interesting to me. The guitar playing is interesting. It's just really hard hitting and grating stuff. I got this record for $7.99. Man, I miss the days when records weren't $30 fucking, to be completely honest. It's ridiculous. But yep, second album for Steve Austin, and it's noise rock. If you like Jesus Lizard, stuff like that, it's in that realm. There's some weird little tangents they go on that kind of put me in mind of Voivod on occasion. I'm not going to go into it. We talked about this band at length for an hour, but I love this record. This is a great record. I was surprised spinning it on Spotify this week. There was some bonus tracks on there that I not heard. So kind of cool. Say what you want about Spotify screwing people. They still turn people on to music. So
I remember when I checked them out back in the late 90s, and it was just like, this is some pretty disturbing shit.
Yeah.
It almost reminds me of just a mind of like Dax Riggs, like the stuff he was doing with Asabath.
Yeah.
It's kind of treads in that kind of territory. It's like, if I were to meet the dude, probably would think it's a serial killer or something.
Oh no, Steve, he's a super nice guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure they are. I'm just
hung
saying,
out with, he's a cool dude. Seriously, he's a super nice guy. All right,
Yeah.
Rick.
Just not the band for me. I've
I
checked
know.
them out a few times, and yeah, they're not my cup of tea, but that's okay.
all right.
Rick.
This is a recent buy. I got this for Black Friday. I thought I'd check it out because I am not familiar with much of Ride's 90s material. Nightbreaker. And this is a reissue. I guess it's first time on vinyl, or at least recently. Metal Blade put this out. This came out in I want to say 93, which is confusing because they have several covers. So between this,
There's
okay, I'm gonna do this to you guys. All right, so
I'll be right back.
Oh no, here we go.
I got a shark. Another shark.
Oh my god, it's Shark Week over at the Dreadful Cave.
Look at this thing. So this was their other cover, but it gets worse, believe it or not. So it even looks like the damn. Where the hell's that Vandenberg? It looks like the damn same shark too.
The Vandenberg shark got away.
Almost the same. It's just, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
They got Vandenberg to do the artwork. It must have been. So yeah. So the actual vinyl, like, so there's 3 covers of this thing. We got this guy, the shark, and then we got this, and it's called Nightbreaker. So you got literally breaking the night with this cheesy glass, and complete with the seal right there on the moon. So you just pick your cheese. There's plenty of it.
3 covers, none of them are worth a shit.
Well, that's the thing. It's like,
Although I do kind of like that one. That one's, it's different.
I can see why they went with this. There you go.
Shark.
Oh man.
Bird.
Yeah. Metal Blade couldn't decide. They had
hit a baseball through a window.
It's like, we can't have people bitching. Like, we're gonna give it to you all. You can hang it on your wall with the shark here, or you can do this. It's just like, so I got.
Why did the shark cover make it on the poster? Why is that the one that got the poster?
Oh, man, I got to talk to Metal Blade.
Yeah.
And interesting album. So they got a new vocalist who ended up staying for a couple albums. Who was it? He actually ended up trying out for Deep Purple at one point, and I think who was it? Blackmore wanted him to sing for Deep Purple. John Lord said no. There was some bit of I guess he must have thought he was too young, so he ended up in Riot for a few albums, and guy's got a voice, man. Like what I don't understand is why did they go with two covers for this? You have Burn, which clearly Deep Purple fans, and then A Whiter Shade of Pale on the same like it's part of the album. Like why couldn't it just be bonus tracks?
Alan,
Yes,
Alan.
Call on me, Professor Rick. Call on me. I know why.
Why, Professor? Why?
The reason there's two cover songs on it is that it's really actually just a set of demo recordings. It was never really meant to be released as a full album. It was them working on stuff with Mike DeMeo as the new vocalist that was being shopped around as demos, and then is sort of kind of accidentally on purpose ended up getting put out as an album itself. So that's why it's got kind of a weird track list, and why the songs are a little bit all over the place stylistically.
Oh yeah,
they really did not intend for it to be their next album.
Which would have been better as bonus tracks, but then they have bonus tracks along with this.
Yeah, because all three of these pressings have a different track listing. None of them are exactly the same. So I'm hoping
confusing at all.
I'm hoping your vinyl ended up with all the bonus, all the unique tracks from all three versions of it. I'm guessing they did.
It looks like it is, yeah. It's like the whole kit and caboodle, and we got all the covers. So there you go. This is the what do you call it? This is the essential edition. This has everything. So if anybody looking for 1993's Nightbreaker with all the material, this is the Metal Blade pressing to get.
That's pretty cool. I had not seen that. Yeah.
No, I know where Alan's shopping tonight after.
I spent years tracking down all three versions of this because I forget which the Metal Blade is the US one, the with the seal and the moon. One of these other two is, let me see, I can probably tell if I look on the back. One is the Japan pressing, and I think this was the European press. But surely this isn't the Japanese press. Oh, yeah. This is on Rising Sun. So this would have been the press for Japan. And this was a press for somewhere in Europe. I want to say Germany. But I'm American. It's Europe. That one over there. But yeah, the other thing that's funny about this, like I said, all three have slightly different track lists. All the unique tracks are really, really good.
They are.
I wasn't just tracking this down because I'm a Riot nerd. They are my favorite band of all time.
That song "Faded Hero" could have been easily a radio staple.
Yes, all the stuff on this is so good. All the songs, there's almost no duds on any of these. But each one has got like one or two tracks that aren't on any of the other versions. And when I would hear them, just like, oh, that song's really good, but it's not on my copy. Why not? And I'd dig around and be like, oh, it's only on this one. Okay, I'll go get that one. I got that. And then I'd hear another song. I was like, where'd that one come from? Oh, it's on the Bird one. Well, now I got to track down the Bird one too. Really good, really, really good stuff. The production's another thing you can tell that's weird. The production on it's not top notch. But again, it was really just a set of demo recordings. It wasn't ever meant to be released. But I'm glad it did because it's an awesome, awesome Riot album. That's cool.
Could you hold up the album cover again? Hold up the album cover again?
Yeah.
Why is it that they didn't add the little molecule on the CD pressing in the atom or whatever?
No, they did. They have it.
Oh, okay. It was just so small I didn't notice it. Okay.
Yep, sorry. I didn't hold them up close.
All right. Well, Alan, you're up.
But I wanted to go order a Riot album.
You're going to have to wait until you're in bed.
Man, this sucks. Can't do anything fun.
It's probably still on Metal Blade's site, I would imagine. I'm sure they didn't blow through all those. Maybe they did.
I do not know. But yeah, that's really cool. Okay, back to another one that didn't quite work out here. I'm looking at this. The hype sticker covers a fourth of the front of it. We're going to talk about the Rods for a minute. Aaron, the Metal Theologian's favorite band. or maybe not quite.
Yeah, check out that Throw album.
Throw.
Throw album.
Like totally transcendentalism brought to heavy metal. Like, you know, if I had a cabin in the woods with, you know, Throw,
They just
you
use
know.
the same hype sticker on the vinyl than they did on the CD. They didn't want to.
The bassist is actually quoted as R. Emerson. His friends called him Waldo. Huh.
Could they find him?
Well, I don't know. If a tree fell and you knocked over your bass player, would anybody notice?
Where's Waldo? I don't know. He didn't show up for
happens-
practice again,
Yeah.
or did he? I don't know.
If a tree falls in the woods and smashes a guitar, would it affect Windrose's sound whatsoever? Nah.
Probably not.
Anyway, the Rods, one of the earliest American heavy metal bands in the 80s. I've made a video a couple of years ago trying to figure out, like, what is the earliest American heavy metal album? And I think the answer I came out with was the Rods' original release from like 1980. I couldn't really find anything from 79 that I could convince myself should be called heavy metal. But the Rods get there, kind of a classic power trio lineup. They made a bunch of albums in the early 80s. They were one of those bands that did very well for a few years, but by the time thrash was getting big and stuff, the Rod sounded kind of dated, and by 86 they had pretty much run their course.
Dude on the back looks like thought he was in Rage there for a second.
Hey, they shopped at the same sunglass boutique at the mall. Yep. But the person most folks know from the band, of course, is in the middle there, Dave Feinstein. Really good guitarist. He's played in other projects. Had a self-titled album around the turn of the century that was actually quite good with the vocalist from Royal Hunt. Carl Kennedy also, has worked with other artists, did some production work and stuff like that. So, they've always kind of been around, but their legacy kind of got lost over the years because it was a sound that just people outgrew even by the time the 80s were about half over. Yeah, Aaron says, dated by 81. You're unkind, sir. You're unkind, Mr. Theologian.
Didn't Red Forrester also do vocals for that band for a little while? Because he was also in Riot for a little bit. Which is
Forrester was in
interesting.
Riot. I don't remember him doing anything with the Rods, but he might have. He did vocals with Jack Starr on Jack Starr's solo project. So there's a very tangential Virgin Steel connection. But if he did anything with the Rods, I don't remember it. Anywho, the Rods, were done by about 86. This was their comeback album in 2011. They're still knocking around. I think they've got an album slated for 2024. That's already got a release date on it. But this just doesn't quite work. So, Marty, Rick, y'all remember how the Razor album last year came out? Everybody's reaction was, don't really need to hear a bunch of 50-year-olds talk about kicking my ass song after song.
Actually, I heard a lot of people say they liked it, but I was kind of in that. I don't want to hear a bunch of old guys kicking my ass.
I've only spun it once since last year.
Yeah, this is a bunch of 50-year-old guys trying to tell you, like, we still know how to rock. You've
Same
got
diff,
song titles like "Raise Some Hell," "I Just Want to Rock," "Rebel Highway." Just like you dudes are practically on Medicare. Don't tell me you want to raise some hell. You want to raise some Geritol. There are a few decent songs on here. But Rods are we're always kind of at their best. Yeah, when they went, the songs had to have a little bit of a driving force to them. If you allow the Rods to kind of sit back in the pocket, it doesn't work as well. And you need them to really emphasize, the power part of that power trio lineup. And they hit it on a couple of songs here, but you got 11 songs, and when only 2 or 3 click, that's not going to make the basis for a very good album. So I picked it up because, I like several of their early 80s albums. Are they a staple of my collection? No. I think, they're noteworthy, though, for being one of those earliest bands in the U.S. to start getting an actual heavy metal sound. But this one's going to have to go somewhere. VCLT, maybe take it to the used store, because I know a lot of folks just aren't into this kind of stuff. It was worth checking out to see.
Dwayne might like that. Dwayne or Scott Waters.
Someone might, yeah. But this is what happens, and it's a great example of why I'm very leery, very gun shy when it comes to these reunion projects. These guys got back together after 25 years. Let's get the band back together. And it was the original lineup, all the way across Kennedy, Bonadaro, and Feinstein. Let's get the band back together. Let's show those kids that we can still rock. But you can't. Not like you used to. And it's certainly not going to be at a level that's going to really impress a new generation who by 2011, I mean, kids are listening to what, Gojira. You're going to compete with, High on Fire. You're going to compete with all this, Primitive Man. It's not going to impress them. So, yeah. Reunion projects, this is what happens with most reunion projects. They put out an album.
Uh-oh.
Really helping yourselves. Maybe some of the other reunion albums have done better. Can't say. Haven't heard them. Based on this, I'm in no hurry to hear any of the more recent ones they've done. But yeah, no, the first few albums, Wild Dogs, The Rods, those have a lot of good fun songs on them. But
Scott asked, were the Rods connected to Manowar in some way?
Yeah, there was definitely some bleed over there. I don't remember the details. Kennedy may have helped produce one of their demos or something like that. They were all on that same New York scene together.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there may have been some help back and forth in. I don't remember anybody from either band appearing on each other's albums, but yeah, they were definitely some connections there. Good question, Scott. So yeah, swing and a miss on the Rods reunion. Womp womp. Over to you, good sir.
All righty, sir. Let's talk about a band that I've struggled with over the years and finally found 2 releases by them that I like. And that would be Cathedral. We talked about Doom earlier. The 2 favorite albums by them, Soul Sacrifice EP and End Time. This End Time record, I haven't spun it in a while. I figure, you know what? I'm going to check this out. And Dorian's vocals don't bother me on here. He kind of sticks it to low and miserable. And the music is super heavy, dark. This here too. Again, he just sounds kind of warbling and weird on here. It isn't necessarily the ethereal mirror where it's, well, hey, what do you got to say? Type of vamping. But I don't get where he went from Napalm Death to this. I mean, I got to give the guy kudos. He tried something different and completely 180 shift, and I have not heard all the Cathedral albums. I've heard the first 2, some EPs and these, and I've heard a couple others here and there over the years, but End Time is a really good one. Super heavy. Is this their last album? Or did they do another one after this? I guess I could look.
There's at least one after that. Cathedral Spires, I think, is their last one.
Okay. But yeah, it's a nice change of pace to put these on. Pick this up. It's a cutout, but got it for cheap at a used. Man, I love finding used CDs. Isn't it fun? Isn't it? I don't even hardly look at the used
That's
stuff.
the kind of stuff I'm looking for to fill holes like that. I do want those albums, but then I'm like, I'm not going to pay full price for them. I'll wait till Run in a While and, wait till that's when I pick them up.
Yep. But Cathedral, a band that I'm still, I've got a couple others on tape and I don't care for them, but these 2 are standouts for me, 100%.
Fair.
All right, Rick.
So this is a recent pickup. I found it in the cheap pile bin. Apparently, so this is a band had an awesome album in the 90s and put out nice thrash and death metal, and then they kind of dipped, and then they came back, and only one original member, Electrocution, out of Italy. I don't know if you remember.
It's kind of a cool cover too. I like the color scheme. It's kind of cool.
Psychonolatry. So it doesn't sound like their heyday, but they're a little more, I guess what you call a little more technical Even sounds a little industrial with the way the playing is on this. It's quite heavy. It's pretty good. As a matter of fact, Trevor Sternad, Black Dahlia, makes a vocal appearance. What track was that? Misanthropic Carnage on here. So for those who want to know, but yeah, I mean, it was a cool little pickup. I think I paid maybe about $8 for this. So not
Can't go wrong on vinyl for that price.
Yeah, I guess it was. I think it's one of those things where it was sitting in the shelf for too long. We're just looking to get rid of it. But yeah, it's a band that's been around a while, but not too many releases. They did take a dip, but good to see that they're back. But it definitely does not sound like their 90s material. It's definitely modern death metal. But good stuff. I thought it was a good pickup, pretty good listen. So yeah, out of Italy.
Don't know that one. Cool.
All right, Alan.
All right, let's see what else we got over here. We've got what is this called? Void Rot, Descending Pillars. Picked this up at a local store. I don't know. When did this come out? 2021, I want to say. So probably a couple of years ago. Played it a couple of times. It got buried beneath other stuff. Time to start again. I'm looking at the vinyl racks as well as the CD racks, trying to make some decisions, what needs to stay and not. Playing this one again, it's like, this is kind of a good example of something that, Marty, you have articulated very well in the past, where a lot of these newer bands going for this kind of old school death metal or death doom kind of vibe, they can really nail the atmosphere, but the songs just don't stick with you so good. This band is doing that to a T. Got this big cavernous sound. The vocals are the atmosphere just drips atmosphere. Kind of like the cover seems to be dripping something. This is not great cover art here. But yeah, there's just not a ton here to hang your hat on. Going back replaying, I'm just like, it's okay, but I'm not going to remember this. I'm just not. Looking through some reviews, here and there, something that a lot of reviews started mentioning about this album, and when I read it, it's just like, oh yeah, that's a really good point. Several commenters had said, this is basically doing everything Spectral Voice does, but less so. Not just a little less so, but less so. I'm just like, yeah, I can really see that. And even Spectral Voices one just like, I kind of like that, but I hardly take that one off the shelf. So if I'm not listening to Spectral Voice very often, what are the odds that Void Rot's going to get listened to that often? I don't know.
Why'd you buy it? Huh? Why'd you buy it? No Void, no goat. Those are rules to live by.
That's a popular one in the VC. I've seen a lot of people show that one.
Yeah, and Spectral's becoming a real problem too. You've got Spectral Voids, Spectral Voice,
Goat Void,
Spectral Goats, Spectral's getting overdone too, for sure.
They got a new album coming out in February, you think?
I think you're right. Yep. But yeah, it's one of those you feel back. It's certainly not a bad album. It's actually pretty decent. They're pretty good at what they're trying to do here. But it very much feels like I could probably pick 10 other albums that are trying to do the same thing, and they'd all be on about equal footing. So it's very hard to stand out in some of these fields these days. You've got to be able to do more than just nail really deep vocals and a cool atmosphere.
Tune to A and crunch.
Yeah, you got to have something that's a little, a little more tangible there if you're going to avoid getting lost in that giant cavern that's full of 100 other bands trying to emulate the same thing. But it's not done bad. It just, I'm not sure that one's going to ever get enough plays to stay on the shelf. So it might end up in the VCLT pile. I feel kind of bad because it's not a bad album, but as we've talked about tonight, you cannot play them all. You can't revisit them all. And I'm just not sure that's ever going to be a priority for me. Yeah, we'll see.
Worth a try.
Worth a try. It's certainly not a bad album, but they need something. They're missing that it factor, for me at least.
Right on. Okay.
What you got next, Marty?
Revisited another old favorite. Ophthalmia's Via Dolorosa. Man, I love this record. It's kind of an all-star project. You've got Legion from Marduk fame on vocals. You've got Emil Nodvite, which is John Nodvite's brother, who was also in the band Swordmaster. You've got It, who was also in Abruptum and Vondor and a bunch of other projects. And Bernie, is that his name? Benny or Bernie, drummer for Edge of Sanity. So super group. This was out on Century Media, Century Black, their black metal label from the and I'm sure it was on a different label then too, under exclusive license from Avant-Garde Music. Basically, this is a very mid-paced black metal record. It is a guitar player who played in different scales on occasion, and it comes through on this. It's kind of got a doomy vibe to it, and the album is a little long. We did not need Death Crush cover at the end of this, but the riffs are great. I love the riffs. I love Legion's placement of the vocals and his scathing over the top performance. It's just a lot of bleak guitar passages, still fully distorted, but interesting. It didn't sound like everybody else back in the day. They put out Journey Through Darkness, they put out this one, and then Dominion. I'm trying to think if there was anything after that. I don't think there was, but this is a great record. Absolutely great. It's a little bit long-winded, but as far as supergroups, and this whole era of the 90s, early 2000s, the supergroup was kind of a weird time for black metal. It spawned a lot of bands that were just as good as the bands that these dudes came from. So the supergroup was kind of its own thing that it stuck. It had Borknagar and a bunch of other bands. You could go on and on and on and on, but excellent. Ophthalmia Via Dolorosa. Please go check this one out. It is a great riff album. Awesome singing. Great band.
I feel like the supergroup thing doesn't have the same selling factor today. When I hear that term thrown together, I'm like, I feel like everybody's got ideas and they're going to just throw together one pot and it's just not going to come out as the result. Is just not going to be what I want it to be.
Yep.
Not what you think it would be.
Yeah. I had that back in the 90s. And it just kind of went over my head. I'll fully admit that. And even when I was listening to it, I kind of realized, like, I don't get this. I'm just not in the right place to get this. So I should go back and give that band another chance.
There's not a lot of wow factor to it. I mean, there's not a lot of dynamic swings. The album goes tempo-wise kind of like this. And you just kind of got to lose yourself in the riffs because they're good. The songwriting is solid. It's you got to be patient. It's a patient record for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just did not have the patience for it back then. But how are we doing, folks? I've got about 2 more to mention. Are we all getting?
I got a bunch, but we could cut whenever. I can kill some of these. These I've shown. I think that I can talk about next week. Yeah, I can get through in 2 more if you guys want to, or I can just.
I got like 2 or 3.
2 or 3. That's fair. Yep.
All right, Rick.
So this one I was excited to get. So just jumping off we were talking about Spectral bands like that, and so this is a vinyl I pre-ordered last year. It arrived this year. So back in May, and so I picked up a tape in the meantime. So this is a band I feel like it's quite underrated. Nobody talks about this band enough. Out of Italy. It's funny because I was talking about Electrocution, which is also from Italy. So Assumption, Hadean Tides. And if you like this moment, it kind of with a little bit spectral voice, they kind of have that kind of level of just intensity and heaviness and doominess, all wrapped in one. It's got that nice kind of chaotic atmosphere. You could just tell from looking at that cover. It's basically what it sounds like. It's so this is their second full length. The first one, it was called Absacantis. I never know how to say it. I got that one too, but this is their latest one, and it's great. And its band just never seems to get their due. I think they write really good riffs, really haunting atmosphere. It's just so put out by Everlasting Spew, Sentient Ruin. Yeah, I see Simon would know. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that I think would be up his alley. Like, but it's really, really good stuff. So the thing is, sometimes when you order some of this stuff, especially when you get like colored vinyl, it takes so long to get here. You forgot what you ordered. So I didn't realize I got a colored one. It came in this nice little swirl because I got a disembowelment reissue, and it's like the same color too. Funny enough.
Huh.
But yeah. Didn't notice it until the other day. But yeah, Hadean Tides, really good stuff. And I love the they put a lot of care into the package. So it was definitely worth the wait, but it was a long wait to get this in. But really good band. So yeah, Assumption.
Cool.
Yeah.
I've heard the name, but I have not checked them out.
Really good. They're one of the better bands I think doing this style lately.
I wonder if I have them on my Bandcamp want list or something, because the name rings a bell, but I don't have anything by them. But I've stumbled across it somewhere. Maybe you've told me about them before.
I think they just have the 2 full lengths. I think 1 EP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not sure.
All right, Alan.
All right. Digging through the vinyl racks more. Here's one that did click. I remembered liking this, but this one really just got buried, which listening to it again, I'm like, it shouldn't have gotten so buried. It was Woad, UK band, Burn in Many Mirrors, which I think is their second album. Could be their third. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. But another one that came out a couple of years ago. I think this one made like, the new releases this month kind of video.
Third album.
Third, thank you. That Blaine does over on Banger TV every month. And so, they had played, a little snippet of and stuff. So I was like, okay, that actually sounded kind of interesting. So when the local shop got a copy in, I picked it up, played it a few times. And like I said, it just immediately got buried under a crush of other stuff and hadn't played it since. So while I'm cleaning out the racks, I'm like, I probably should play that again because I don't remember much about it. But it's quite good, actually. It's not that they're doing anything really unique, but I like all the songs. They're going for sort of occult-y, spooky kind of things, but not like in a "ooh, we're so evil" Satan way. It's a little bit more in a lyrically kind of an approach like Deceased might use, where they're kind of telling these little mini tales of terror and horror and stuff. Not trying to be overly gory or shock value to it whatsoever. Yeah, just kind of the good creepy, chilling tales. I like the way they structure the songs. Music's pretty good. It's got a little bit of blackened rasp about it, a little deeper at times. So yeah, I was just like, oh yeah, that's good. I shouldn't have gotten sucked into the back of the pile of vinyl. Let's get it back up there to the front and play it some more. Have not heard anything else from the band. Some of the guys in this project have a pretty good traditional metal band called Heavy Sentence as well. So they seem to be doing pretty good material in a couple of different styles of heavy metal. So yeah, if like myself, you sort of overlooked this or forgot about this one, Burn in Many Mirrors is worth revisiting. This is one I'm really glad that I dug off the shelf and have given it some more spins.
That was the first one I picked up, and that's the third one, right? It got a lot of praise in the VC when it came out. That's the reason why I picked it up.
Okay.
I didn't know about them.
Yeah, it was my introduction to the band too. I have not heard the other 2 albums, so I can't say what they're like. I've heard some of the Heavy Sentence stuff, and they're pretty good. But yeah, just a very different style.
All right. I've showed this before, but I'm a big fan of Bethlehem's third album, Suicide. Big fan of the atmosphere on that. They actually, I think that's an early form of the DSBM that's out there, but it just feels really legitimate to me. And one of the singers on that was Marco Karen, Kehren, Karen. I don't know. He's got a project called Deinonychus. Is it Dionysus or Deinonychus? I think it's Deinonychus.
Deinonychus is how I pronounce it. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the latest album. It came out in 2017. Ode to Acts of Murder, Dystopia, and Suicide. It is basically ever since he was in singing for Bethlehem when he came out. That's kind of how some of the albums started to feel in that realm, which works for me. I've got all of his stuff. Suicide's my favorite. I mean, of his stuff, the early stuff was on Cacophonous Records, Silence of December, just kind of chainsaw style one-man black metal. And as it progressed, it got a little stranger, a little more convoluted, a little more depressing. And then he hit the Bethlehem. He got into Bethlehem, and that's kind of where it landed. Some of the albums here and there aren't as good as others, but this was kind of back on track for me. It's in that vein. Not something I like listening to a lot because it does affect mood a lot, but I dig it. He just does it really well. He must be a miserable bastard. That's all I can say. Because he conveys it quite well through music.
I noticed that through the Deinonychus stuff. It got reissued recently. It's all like A5s. So I picked up a few. Yeah, although they changed their artwork. The artwork's all the same theme, but it's not the original artwork.
Oh, right on. I dig. I've got, like I said, I've got all his stuff. I've always enjoyed his music.
It's strange. I like their early stuff too, which is a little more doomy. It's like you said, it's a little depressing. A little bit, like you said, it reminds me of Bethlehem's, the kind of early days.
It definitely it stirred it sent his ship in a different direction a little bit, from the straight up black metal to something a little more melancholic, for sure.
Yeah, I've heard some of the Deinonychus material over the years, and I always thought it was kind of cool. Bethlehem is one of those bands. Someday that's going to connect with me. It hasn't yet, but I've always felt like it's not the band, it's me. I'm listening to it wrong, and one day I'll listen to it right, because it always seems very interesting, and just I've never quite gotten there.
Aaron learned a new word today, apparently, because he's been trying it a lot lately.
Aaron has joined the street team for from one of those countries over there.
Yeah. Where is Europe?
I've been looking under V, see if I had a banner in that name, but I can't seem to find it.
Right. All right, Rick.
This is actually a cool one. Actually, one of my favorites this year. Actually, it's I think is it their second full length. This is The Right, the Astral Gloom, came out this year, and it's got members of Denial of God, which is like what is it? It's a Dutch black metal band, and it's got
a Dutch version of Deceased.
Actually, yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah,
and Black Oath. So it's kind of like a international collab project. So it's got the doomy side of what you expect from Black Oath, with the black metal elements all thrown into one. So the Astral Gloom is actually very fitting for what it is. It's got kind of eerie, gothic-y, at times a little occultish vibes. It's got some really interesting, thick kind of doomy riffing, but you can tell it's got a little bit of if you're into what's that one band from Sweden, the Tribulation. If you like Tribulation with a little bit, if they were a little more on the side of doom, I think you might dig this. So it's got some cool melodic moments. It's got a nice big mixed bag of stuff happening. But yeah, so Iron Boat had put this out. So you kind of know the kind of stuff that they tend to release.
Okay,
so it's yeah, definitely worth checking out. I mean, if you like either bands, Denial of God or Black Oath, it does feel like a combination of both bands, kind of thrown together. So if you like both bands, kind of a no-brainer. But all their previous stuff is really good too. So I've been aware of this band for a while.
Interesting, neat.
Just called The Right. Yep.
Yeah,
Alan.
like those two component bands, but I don't know that project. All right, yeah, getting towards the end of the stack here. Every now and then, you just go back to the classics for a little bit of fun. I'm always amazed at how good this album is and how it doesn't seem to get a lot of love. It's Queen's second album,
I'll be right back.
Queen 2. Um, for me, Queen is always, there are some bands that, you like, well, you just like the hits. Queen is a band where I actually like the non-hits. A lot of their bigger, better-known songs, I can kind of take them or leave them. I've heard them more than enough and didn't need to hear them that much in the first place. You look at the track list on like this album, there's none of the songs on here that you are ever going to be on a big movie soundtrack or stuff like that. And these songs are just gorgeous. They are brilliantly done. Right from the beginning with Father to Son, just this huge epic sweep to the way the music is written. White Queen as it began is very cool. Ogre Battle is neat. The Fairy Fellers, Master Stroke. These are just incredibly well put together songs on the band's second album. This is not like some of these bands in the 70s, it took them a few albums to find their sound and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think even by this point, Queen was just absolutely nailing it. Obviously, they got bigger and better and more well known for things that came a little bit later. Which I guess is why.
The thing about their sound is they had various sounds. Like I think they were rooted in rock, but they had like you were saying, they had symphonic little things in there going on. They were very epic in their own way. But at times they can go funky if they needed to. It's just like a little bit of everything. They've been on my mind lately because I just picked up the game like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
yeah, and you're right. They can do a lot of different things, but they can do them all very well. And somehow when they do them, it doesn't feel scattered. A lot of bands, again, in the 70s, it was not unusual, like the Mountain one you showed earlier. Mountain would put out an album and it would have, like a few, pretty good, heavy, churning, proto metal songs.
Yeah.
But then you'd have a ballad just out of nowhere. Then you'd have like the one song that was just blatantly the funky song. Budgie did this famously too.
Yeah.
Budgie, would have a couple of, just real bonehead crushers. And then you get, this other song that's just real quirky or psychedelic or wants to be, it sounds like, a weird Beatles B-side. When Queen was doing that kind of experimentation, it all felt like Queen. It all felt like it all belonged there. And it just comes together. It's just amazing, and it just keeps going. Even you get to the end of this album with, 7 Seas of Rye, which is just this amazing, big, epic song. It's like, why isn't that song known by the mainstream? Why wasn't that the big hit? Why do we have to, listen to some of the other ones over and over and over, and you don't hear any of this kind of stuff ever referenced or played?
I guess because they were unusual enough, also that they were like, not all songs were safe for radio. Like it just by convention, I think could have been one of the factors.
No, it's a good point. Yeah, at the same time, Queen was very good. They keep the songs relatively short overall. It's not like some other 70s bands where they were taking, an entire side of vinyl to get one of these, things across. The songs are relatively compact. At the same time, I'm trying to look at the track list runtimes here. Father to Son gets just over 6 minutes. March of the Black Queen gets barely over 6 minutes, and everything, and everything else on here is 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 2:39, 3:14. So yeah, that was something else that always impressed me with Queen, is that they could make these songs that sound like they should be 10 minutes long, and they could pack it into 6 minutes or less. They didn't need to just go on and on and on to make their point. So yeah, great album. A bit overlooked, maybe when you get into Queen circles. People like, oh, that's not overlooked. We all know it's great. It's just one I never hear people talk about, but I feel they should. It's extremely well done. Hadn't played it in a while. Put it in. Yep, just it is one of those albums that it has a little bit of that magic touch to it. I really enjoy it every time I play it.
They were unique. Yeah, it's band I grew up with. Like it definitely part of as far as getting into music. I think between them, Van Halen, and just some of the early bands I was into, they really gravitated me towards rock. I think that's very influential.
Yeah. See, for me, it was kind of the other way because all I would Bohemian Rhapsody, which is nothing wrong with that song, but after you've heard it about 137 times, it's like, what else does this band do? We Will Rock You. Okay, after you've been to 100 football games, you're a little tired of that one. What else do they do? It's just like, then you hear this, just like, holy crap, they can do this as well. Amazing.
The only growing up, the only Queen I ever owned was a 45 of Another One Bites the Dust, back with Don't Try Suicide. I want to say, was it on the other side? I don't know. Something.
Yeah, and again, Another One Bites the Dust, not a bad song, but I've heard it so much for so long.
It's such a hit. Oh,
yeah. It's the hit, and I just whenever you go to the used record stores, all you ever see with Queen is the Queen's Greatest Hits thing. I don't want that. I have no interest in that.
Which one? One or two?
Yeah, you got to dig around forever and ever and ever and find. In one of the local stores, had this one back on the shelf. I was like, yes, I want a physical copy of that. It's nothing special. It's just a cheap CD pressing, but that's what I want on the shelf, not the greatest hits. I want that. I've got Sheer Heart Attack over there on disc 2. It's like, yes, these are the ones I want. That's Queen for me.
All right. Well, I'm going to skate into a couple different things here. I've got, how many more do you guys have?
I got 2, but I mean,
okay, 2. I can do 2 more after this.
I can scrape 2 more together. Sure.
Yeah, Bad Brains, Black Dots. I love this recording. It's super raw. It's super quiet, but it captures it. It was recorded in some old house where each member was set up in a different room. I think HR was standing out in the front yard, screaming his brains out, which is cool. But I've always liked Bad Brains, the early stuff in particular. As they went, they got a little. They kind of lost me at some point. It looks like HR kind of lost himself over the years too. But this album is great. It's basically just a re-recording of a bunch of older stuff with the super raw production, really highlighting the early hardcore era of this band's evolution. Great. What a great band. Awesome live. They were a force live. If anybody is into that type of stuff, check out some of their performances at CBGB's. Off the charts. Awesome. Such a great band. That enters my realm a little bit here and there too. Like I said, I've been all over the place musically lately.
Widely credited with possibly the first U.S. punk single, "Pay to Come," or at least the first hardcore single.
Yeah. Yep.
Crazy band. Great
stuff. All right, Rick.
Yeah. So this is I think I showed it to you at one point, Marty, but this is a split I picked up because the band announced their breakup. Though they have one album, I'm still waiting on the vinyl. And this is Black Knife. So this is their Splits from Hell. So this is a band out of Kentucky, and they kind of played this sort of I would say the lazy comparison would be if you're into bands like Midnight. It's kind of got that sort of motor punk, really fast, blackened, aggressive sound. These guys kind of fit that bill. It's a 3-piece. So the Baby Eater Witch album, which is the last album, is literally a witch eating a baby on the cover. So it got delayed. So I think it's set to ship next month. So I'm like, damn it. So I'm not able to like show it or anything. But I think they kind of put this together to kind of just hold people over. The CD is available though. So Wise Blood, but this is I think Husk Recordings. I don't know if it's independently released or what, but this band's put out a lot of splits. A lot of these kind of bands tend to put out a lot of splits and EPs and all kinds of stuff, more than full lengths. and these guys were no different. And they toured their ass off, but they mainly stayed in that Midwest sort of area. Not so much. I never got the chance to see them live. I really wanted to, but they never came my way. If they did, I missed them. But they kind of did splits with. I know they did one with Abigail from Japan. So it's they were getting the name out there. So Josh Lay, the guy who's kind of like the main guy in the band, has his other band, Glass Coffin. So he's got that project going at the same time. So maybe I guess they just felt worn out to keep going. But really, really good stuff. They got 2 full lengths, and again, they just dropped just released their 3rd one. But really glad to have this. I don't know if they'll ever reissue this at any point. They made no announcements. I picked it up off Bandcamp, but just look at that, man. Look how glorious that. It's all about the evil. It's just all menacing and just terrible. It's great. So, yeah. So Black Knife. So their LPs are readily available though, so those can be found pretty easily. But definitely recommend checking them out if you're into that black and speed motor punk kind of stuff. Just a little more evil, a little more the black metal influence.
Interesting. I've heard people talk about them in the VC.
Yeah, really
Never
good.
checked them out. Never checked them out.
Yeah, I just saw the new one reviewed in.
It's not highbrow stuff. It's just stuff to get your blood pumping. They do a really good job at it.
Yeah, I kind of like that style too, but it can't. Again, it's a very crowded field at this point, and they all kind of do basically the same thing. It's like, how many of these do I need?
It could have been a factor of them kind of also deciding to call it quits. It's just like, we kind of just want to do other stuff.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. All right. Here's another one that is not going back on the shelf. This is an EP from, I believe it's a Spanish band, if I remember right, called Runaway. The EP is called Abandono, basically Abandon. It's nothing wrong with it. It's on Nameless Grave Records, which is a pretty cool distro / small label in the Pacific Northwest. I forget if they're Oregon or Washington, somewhere in that area. They kind of an interesting mix of stuff that they put out. They definitely lean a little bit towards some epic metal projects, but also it's not like strictly a traditional or new wave of traditional heavy metal label either. Anyway, yeah, I think this one they put out last year, and I think, I had ordered a bunch of other stuff from them. I think I must have passed the $50 limit and got the free EP or something thrown in, because I didn't pick this one, but it was in the box. It's a good example of where this is not bad whatsoever. It's, 4 songs, pretty straightforward, sung in Spanish, but there's nothing special about it either. It's another band working under that kind of new wave of traditional heavy metal umbrella, but they're not really adding anything unique. The only thing that's different about this band is the fact that they're singing in Spanish. That's fine, but again, what makes me pick this over any of the hundreds of other titles that have come out adjacent to this during the past year or so? I can't find anything. So it's like, these are 4 perfectly competent songs in this style, but there's nothing that's ever going to make me pick this off the shelf when I'm in the mood for that. This has to get past Traveler. This has to get past Riot City. If I want something slightly more epic, it's got to get past the Vigoroths and the Smolders and the Eternal Champions. And the list just keeps going. There's so many bands, trying to do this stuff that, being simply good, it's just not going to get you visible. It's a shame. They're good musicians. There's nothing wrong with the songs, but no, sorry. I will just, there's nothing that's going to push me to play that one again. So,
and especially if those other bands are releasing material, like Smolder put out a new album this year.
So, I mean, all those are active projects that if they didn't do something this year, they'll probably do something next year. There's never going to be a time where this is the only game in town and you're like, oh yeah, 2024 was light on that kind of stuff, so Runaway stood out. there's 100 releases of that kind of stuff every single year. So there's just any genre, whether it's this stuff or old school death metal or raw Eastern European black metal, there's only so much room at the top. You can only have so many bands that are really going to stand out and grab people's attention, and kind of, you get to that proverbial next level of attention.
Crowded field.
Everything in heavy metal is a very crowded field. It's probably that way in other musical styles too. But yeah, it's so very crowded that back in the day, with being in the 80s, if you had a good singer and a good guitarist, that was enough to stand out, because a lot of bands were lacking in one of those two departments. Everybody knows how to play their instruments nowadays. Everybody knows how to use Pro Tools to make it sound good if they can't play their instruments so well nowadays.
Yep.
The talent's, not the limiting factor anymore. The limiting factor is your competition is just miles deep.
Yeah.
And such, it's very hard to get noticed. You got to have something. You either have to catch a funny break, have something that's very unique / out there that'll get people's attention in a positive way, or you just have to luck into it.
Who has the best PR company behind them is what it all boils down to.
If you can
or
get
as
that
the shtick, like covering yourself in cow blood and like Watain.
Imperial Triumphant, get the their music's pretty unique, but again, at the same time they got to push the
masks.
We're going to wear the biggest, craziest masks we can to
Wada,
make sure you remember us.
Wada, they got no one knows who they are. Well,
Oh, okay. Now I know why Slipknot split up. It's all the masks, man. It's like they're
Slipknot split up.
So I've heard, yeah.
Oh no!
They call it quits. They call it quits. Sepultura. Didn't they just call it quits? They could use bands.
Yeah, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do a farewell tour.
Farewell. Okay. Yep. So yeah, the competition is cheap. As we've seen tonight, there's a lot of sharks in these metal waters nowadays.
I've been a lot more picky and selective this year, and I feel like next year's could be even more like that. Like one thing that I wanted to discard was the one-man bedroom black metal stuff. I'm like, okay, I can do with a lot of these.
Man, when that shit started, I was all up in that. I thought it was so like middle finger to the system. Here's some dude in grandma's basement.
Yep.
Just doing whatever the hell he wants with a shitty drum machine, and I loved it. I ate it up, but now it did not have staying power. And now it's all bands like Lamp of Murmur. It's the same, like these one man projects.
Not even playing that stuff anymore.
That Bekek Iraq. I can't say the name. Bekek Iraq, the Ukrainian.
Iraq. Yep.
Yeah, that's just all this one man stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and what you said there, Rick, is very, very true. When this kind of thing happens, and the scene just swells, it does make people get much more picky, because you can't hear it all, you can't buy it all. What are you going to do? Are you going to invest the time and money trying to gobble up and digest 20 bands that all sound kind of the same? They're good. Or are you going to start being like, no, I want to sift through this and try to find some things that I really connect with, something that stands out, that makes people more picky. And so a lot of those bands are not going to get the support to be a going thing long term. Just not.
I think this is right now. These top album of the year things are very popular. People will be looking very closely at some of these and go, well, okay, because like you said, there's so much out there. I think that sometimes you follow some of your favorite channels, like at least kind of give your thoughts and kind of help point people the way what you might think. It's it's worth picking up because it's a lot of work, because there's just so much out there.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good point. You're exactly right, Rick. That is why these kind of end of year lists can be, while people can get burned out on them, they are helpful in that sense. It's like here, and that's why I like them to stay kind of short too, not 75 albums. It's just like, give me 10 albums that you think really were worthy of attention this year. And if I see that popping up on multiple lists, then I know kind of where to start looking.
Here's a point here. Nate says, I think there's tons of competent musicians in metal, but truly great musicians do stand out. And you know what? Great musicians are a thing, but I don't care how good of a musician you are, write a good song. Being a great musician does not mean you're going to write a good song. If you're a great musician, you can have your own YouTube channel shredding on YouTube. There's hundreds and thousands of dudes that are amazing guitar players. Are they good songwriters? I don't know. All I've heard is 30-second snippets of them shredding. Write a good song. I don't care if it's a guy that just picked up the guitar, 3 chords. Write a good song with it. Impress me that way. The older I've gotten, I've started to really enjoy solos and all these other things, but what's still at the end of the day is a good hook, something, an earworm, something you can return to in a song. Write a good song. That's what impresses me. I don't care how many scales you've practiced because you weren't getting laid. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Write a good song. Anyway, again, like I said, I've been listening to a lot of electronic stuff, and that this band isn't necessarily that much electronic on here, but Ministry, Filth Pig. I realized I bought this album a long time ago for cheap, used somewhere, and I never spun it, so I've been spinning it this week. And to be honest with you, a lot of people don't like this record. I do not like their popular record, Psalm 69. I am so burnt out on the classics on that, or the hits. I thought the hits were boring. The album that came before it, The Mind's a Terrible Thing to Taste, is great. There's a lot of amazing songs on there. Psalm 69 seemed like a reheated version of that record, but not as good. This is a later in the catalog, and I like Ministry when they're repetitive. And there's a little more electronics on here, a lot more Paul Barker just kind of plodding along on a looped bass line. I dig that. And the one thing I will say, there's a Lay Lady Lay cover on here by Bob Dylan, which I hate Bob Dylan. But I like repetitive electronic based Ministry. I enjoy the early stuff where they were just purely electronic. This year I liked it a lot better than I thought I would. I thought I was going to hate this, but I picked it up cheap. I still have a few more holes of theirs I need to fill, but does it beat the albums I love by this band? It does not, but it's good. It's good drug-addled, repetitive Ministry.
That's one of the ones I got for a penny back in the day when I was in that music club.
The BMG Club or Columbia House? Yeah.
BMG, yeah.
Yep. And I've always liked Al's vocals, his screaming style. I like what he does, how he breaks things up with tape, when he cutting tape, and the way he edited and the way he samples. There's a lot of good in Ministry. There's some shit too. Drugs are bad, so everybody knows that drugs are bad. Public service announcement.
Just have to look at Al. That's it. They'll tell you everything you need to know.
Yep. All right, our last round here. Let's bring it on home, Rick. What you got?
Right. So I ordered a 4-way split through Wise Blood and Faster to the Devil 2. So I'm waiting for that to come in. In the meantime, one of the bands in that 4-way split is Vicious Blade.
Killer cover. Holy crap. That rules.
That will draw you in.
It looks like a crust punk album cover.
It kind of is. It's crusty thrash metal. Very in your face, very aggressive. Even a little blackened, I say. So if you like that kind of thing, this is one of those modern bands, I think, doing it really well. So they have yet to put out a full length. They got 2 EPs. So this is their second EP. Even this font, which is not the easiest to read, but it's still readable. So it's forgivable but it works. It's definitely very, very appropriate. If you can make the back look pretty badass too, I mean, that's always good. But yeah, I mean, if you see it around, definitely check them out. And the reason I say that is because they have 2 EPs and they're on the 4-way split. I think when these guys put out a full length, finally, they're going to get a lot of notice. I think so. Calling it now, Vicious Blade. When they pull out a full length, you're going to hear some noise coming out. So they're that good. They're based out of Pittsburgh, so they're like, I guess, more of a local band to me, more from PA. But yeah, good stuff. So fast, aggressive, and if you like the kind of thing in your face, thrashy, just awesome all around.
Nice.
Vicious Blade.
I love having Rick on, and I love watching his channel. People, if you're not subscribed to Dreadful Minutes, please go, because he shows shit. He's so entrenched in checking out new stuff. I'm a little envious. I used to be that way, but that's kind of changed over the years. But 90 about 85% of the things he shows I've never heard of.
I still miss a lot of stuff. People will show up things and I'm like, oh, okay, gotta whittle down the list.
Yeah. All right.
Ben, yeah, they're more closer to your neck of the woods. He just lives out in PA.
All right, Alan.
All right, so last one, get outside the metal circles. Hadn't circled back to this band in a long time, but I have loved them for pushing 30 years now. Social Distortion. This one is somewhere between heaven and hell. I obviously started out, sort of an Orange County hardcore band back in the early 80s. Did their album, Mommy's Little Monster, which is good. Got nothing against that one. Mike Ness went through, all his, crisis period and stuff, and came out and kind of reinvented, the band with this weird kind of Johnny Cash meets punk country core. I don't know what you want to call it. I'm not well versed in all these, bands and stuff. There may be a bunch of bands that do something like this. Social Distortion is the only one I ever stumbled into. I had a roommate in college who loved the band and played their stuff constantly, and it just got stuck in my head too. I'm just like, that's really good. It was funny because I turned him on to Misfits, which he had never heard, and he turned me on to Social Distortion. So I felt like a pretty fair trade.
That's a fair trade. Yeah.
Yeah. Just really dig the style Mike Ness does on this. He's one of those artists who simply understands what works well as a rock and roll song. Even though a lot of these, yes, there's a little bit of a country twang at times. That he plays up that Johnny Cash thing. He covers some Johnny Cash material. It's fine. It works great. There's multiple songs on this album that can get stuck in my head for days.
I was gonna say it's generally memorable. That's what makes it work too.
Yes, exactly. He knows how to write, the very simple rock and roll hook. He can do songs that are very up tempo and energetic. He can do songs that are, a little bit more, my baby done left me or done me wrong, sort of, sad tunes. You can do some, that are a little, cleaner, quieter, prettier. I don't know if there's a flat out ballad, but he can go in those directions as well. All of this stuff, through this era, the self-titled album, this one, White Light, White Heat, White Trash, Sex, Love, Rock and Roll, all those albums, always had something a little special for me. And just hadn't played them in a while. Got the itch a month or so ago to play it. I probably played this 10 times over the course of like 3 days. It was just constantly walking through the halls, humming tracks, Making Believe, 99 to Life, When She Begins. It's fun music. It'll put me in a good mood no matter what's going on, and just be stuck in my ears for days. It's a band I don't hear a lot of people talk about, and I guess it's not everybody's cup of tea. I used to run into more people that liked them over the years, and it seems like, I don't know if the audience has just gotten smaller. He doesn't put out a ton of stuff. I think it's been 10 years or more since he did his last album. And the last album I did not think was particularly strong. I think it was something Hard Times and Nursery Rhymes. I think that's the title. It had something with nursery rhyme in the title. And that one, nothing really stood out on that one. But there's a bunch of albums here in a row that if you can get into that, slightly countrified type of punk, it's glorious stuff. Even the live album, the Live at the Roxy one, is a great listen. So yep, I can always go back to Social Distortion and have a good time with it. And that'll be my last one for the night. So Marty, why don't you bring this on home?
All right. After we had Mr. Maycock on, I don't know, a year ago at this point, we did a Motorhead deep dive. And I have not spun much Motorhead since that deep dive. The latter half of their catalog was a slog, and it just kind of, well, anyway, I'm back on the Motorhead train, and it's bad. And I'm like, oh, the early stuff, the Power Trio has always been my favorite era. The Fast Eddie Clark, the Filthy Animal Taylor. my favorite era. And I've been waiting to get some of these records. I've had either burns of, or I just listened to online. I've always loved them. I'm like, I'm going to get them on vinyl because I've got a bunch of the others on records that I think that's the way Motorhead should be spun. But I'm to the point now where I am sick of paying top dollar for records that shouldn't cost this much. So I ended up getting some CDs of some stuff I hadn't had. I got the first Motorhead record, the debut, self-titled. I finally picked up a copy of Overkill. And I finally picked up a copy of Ace of Spades. All of these I've had burned over the years. I know them inside and out, but I wanted an actual physical copy. I preferred vinyl. Didn't get vinyl. I said, screw it. And I'm fine. I'm fine with this. It's been
But
great.
if you're just starting on vinyl too, like, oh man, I feel sorry for the guy. You gotta have deep pockets. That's all I know.
Exactly. And I've got, a bunch, they'll run after this all on vinyl, but up through Another Perfect Day. But anyway, I'm happy with this, and it's good to listen to it in the car. It's good to listen to it in the shop. It's just the swagger, the dirt, the filth, the grime. It's a band. They were a gang, and I don't know what it is, but Motorhead were an anomaly, and they remain an anomaly. Their music's timeless. I love it. It's fun. It's hard hitting. I can see why punks and metalheads alone. It's like the one band everyone can agree on.
I did a vinyl subscription, the Gimme Metal thing for a little bit, and one of the ones they had there was the 1960s.
Oh, I love that record. That's a great record.
Yeah, I was really psyched when I saw this. They announced it in there. They get it.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, that's it. I've been enjoying the hell out of Motorhead, and I think I'm good now with what I need. I've used to have a bunch of their stuff, and I got rid of it, and some of it I regret, like Rock and Roll and Sacrifice. I'll probably end up getting some of those. Rock and Roll isn't great, but Sacrifice I do enjoy. There's a point where I don't need them all. There's just a lot of really phoning in, Motorhead by numbers, and they start to sound the same after a while. But anyway, I love the class and sophistication and grime of the Power Trio, the classic era. It's great. Great music, great attitude, great band.
Yeah, I will say to anybody who hasn't, worked through their discography, do it at least once. Some of the later albums are not that bad.
They're all good. They're all good. It's just they're very samey.
I don't know if I'd say they're all good. There are some that are kind of dull when you get into.
It's very samey.
But there are a couple, that at least for me did stand out. And I think it may vary from person to person, but you might find one or two that are worth latching onto and picking up a copy of. I agree. I don't think you need all of them unless you're just, that Uber fan. But you don't stop after Orgasmatron or, after Sacrifice and write off the rest of it. There's still some decent stuff there. And it's just a matter of finding, is this album or that album got just enough tracks on it to kind of push it over the top and get the big thumbs up and make you go buy it. I picked up Inferno and Aftershock. I thought both of those, had a pretty solid track list. But there are some that I would not, absolutely. Like you said, Marty, too samey, been here, done that. Nothing stands out.
They left one hell of a legacy. I mean, they really lived that rock and roll lifestyle.
Yeah, they lived it. They walked the walk and talked the talk.
Yep.
But it's
Let's see.
Yeah.
1916's a standout there, Wade, definitely.
Well, that's it. We made it through. Rick, what you got coming up?
I thought I'd lay a little tidbit. We're going to head into 2024. If you have a calendar from 1996, the dates line up exactly like 2024. So if you guys have a calendar from that year, you can just recycle it for next year. So, I noticed this.
No one does have that except you, Mike.
I saw a post. If you happen to have, someone posted this. If you have a Jonathan Taylor Thomas calendar from 1996, if you just happen to have it, if you happen to be a home improvement fan, this will be effective in 2023 or 2024.
Rick, put the phone down, Rick. It's okay. We're all friends here.
This Rangers revenge.
Be cool, man. Be cool.
In my head. It's what it is.
Be cool. Just set the phone down slowly, carefully. Don't make any sudden movement. It's all going to be okay.
How about the pizza threat?
No, we're going to get you through this, but you got to work with me, man. What do you think of your kids, Rick? What's the name of your daughter again? Come on, focus on those kids. Come back off that ledge.
Donner Dixon. I don't remember.
We're not going to not going to leave you hanging here, man. We're in this together. Oh, God damn. Whew. Sweet chicken biscuit, son.
But to answer your question,
Sweet chicken biscuit.
I'm gonna utilize the slow holiday week and throw some more content together. So it's been a little while. So for you guys,
Awesome.
do some more streams.
Hasn't been enough Dreadful Rick going around lately.
Even my wife mentioned, like, I haven't seen Rick's videos popping up on my feed lately. What's he been doing? He's always funny. I was like,
Well,
he's
now,
really busy.
now that I'm aware she's watching, I have to put out more content.
That's
For
right.
the audience.
None of that Jonathan Taylor stuff, though, because she'll unsubscribe fast.
Uh-oh.
Jonathan Taylor, damn, I picked the wrong week to stop doing.
I didn't even know you had a calendar.
All right. Well, that's coming up for Rick then. Alan, what you got going on other than
There you go.
Christmas?
Absolutely, as Nick says, keep YouTube dreadful.
That's right.
What have I got coming up? Well, we've obviously got holiday stuff for a few days, but fear not, I've already got a video preloaded for next Tuesday morning. Same time, same channel as always. So if you wake up after the holiday and need something fun to listen to, I picked up a few new wave of British heavy metal singles in some really cheap auctions lately. So I'll talk about them. I got a something I had pre-ordered that showed up after 7 weeks from a major label, which I'll show as well. It's got some goofy extras with it. I'm just like, I don't know why did you include this as one of your swag items? I don't get it. So I rant about that a little bit. But yeah, so just some odds and ends for that. I've got my best of 2023 video made. I'll putting that up. I guess it'll be like the day after New Year's. So if you're still kind of hungover from the party, that'll give you something to watch. We'll do our heavy metallurgy, top albums countdown before I post the video on my channel. On my channel, I want to kind of go through things more, with a bigger list, but I'm kind of breaking it down this year more by genre. So it's like, here are the Doom albums that really stood out. Here are the black metal albums that really stood out, rather than just trying to rank things. But we'll do the ranking on heavy metallurgy and next Friday night, alongside Simon, Melanie, Kellen, Jim, TJ, Rick, and everybody else who we can round up who has contributed
Simon
video content. Simon, if I didn't say Simon, absolutely. So yeah, the heavy metallurgy content creators will gather as many as we can and run down our lists. It'll be a lot of fun. It's been, as I said earlier tonight, it's been a very hard list to compile because there's been a lot of really top-notch stuff that came out this year. Besides that, just got to get through the holiday.
Absolutely. And some show notes. This past Wednesday, we talked about this album, Reign of the Reaper by Sorcerer. Go check it out. Been kind of a lightly viewed video. I think Christmas is busy. People are busy. Good record. We were talking in the chat earlier about there's so many bands. It's hard to invest 10 times to get into it, to learn an album. And this is one of those records. It takes a bit of effort. It takes a little bit of spins before it clicks. So do that. Check that out. Next week we've got Wednesday Album Club is Deaf Heaven, New Bermuda, which TJ's. Oh God, it's gonna be great.
I was just gonna say, it's gonna be a riot seeing TJ react to that one.
Defend. No, he picked it. He likes it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see why he doesn't like black metal, because he likes all the crappy black metal. Anyway, and we're gonna go there. Yeah, Simon's review's already in for that one. 0 out of 10. I love it. But we do have another public service announcement I want to bring by. As the show was going on, our friend Philip over at Chromium Dioxide Radio, he wanted me to let people know that Chromium Dioxide radio channel is not gone. He's been having some censorship issues. Apparently, the Halloween episode of Chromium Dioxide, YouTube doesn't like puppet schlongs. So imagine that. Imagine that. But Yep, he'll be coming back soon. He's had some censorship woes he's been dealing with, but Philip rules. We hope to have him back on the channel again soon. We love the guy, love his channel, love the effort. He's one of the hardest working YouTubers on YouTube, 100%. And go check him out if the channel's still up. I haven't not checked in a while, but he's had some problems. I'm sure it's been frustrating, but anyway, yep, that's it for that public service announcement, and that is it. Everybody, thank you. Have a great holiday. Merry Christmas. Again, if you suffer from seasonal depression, hang in there. It's almost over. We're getting through it. New year will be starting soon.
Metal always helps.
Music helps. Music resets,
Yep.
does a lot of resetting, and lose yourself in that, and don't focus on the bullshit, because there's a lot of it out there. It's tough, but we'll get through it. Anyway, guys, love you guys as always. Everybody in the chat, you all rule. Thank you so much. Everybody contributed, and all of you for being here with us again.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, everybody.
All that good stuff indeed. We will see you next week, everybody. Cheers.
Only 3 more days to avoid being whammed.
Here we go. See y'all later.